Mkut budaya. rehabilitation. Shangana.
1, 2.
Ke lebetse holder e ya mo but
And so that we can start, today we are in Maluti, TVET College in Bethlehem. This is day 4 of our week-long oversight visit in institutions of higher learning in the Free State. We've already been to the 2 universities that we have here. We've been to 2 other TVET colleges, one in Bloemfontein called Moteo, the other one called Goldfields in Velkom. We've already met the provincial Community Education and Training College of the Free State. So today we are in Maluti. And tomorrow we are meeting our last institution of higher learning in the Free State in Sosolbeck. So we are going to start now, colleagues. We are going to start with introductions so that we know who is here. And then, so we'll start with the members. And then we'll come to the college. And then we'll start with this road and come here. Then that row, the row straight, and then we'll end on this side. So, Honorable, my name is Tebo Kholitsie. I'm a member of this portfolio committee of higher education and training. Honorable Msazan. Oh, yeah.
Good morning, members of the department, executive management of the institution, SRC, and all stakeholders present. My name is Mngabim Msazane. I'm a member of the portfolio committee, and I'm also at times.
Kelebo mutula stulo ke kadime ditumediso tso di entseng ke hlomphe ditulo ka ho hlahlamana ha tsona. Lebitso la ka ke Karabo Gagao, and I'm an alternate member of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I'm the member on the portfolio committee.
Good morning, Yusina. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone. My name is Khao Latli. The surname is Khao, and I'm also a member of this committee. Thank you.
Yoroloboge modula stilo, lina la me ke Sidukanelo Tshepo, Sefane ke Low, ke leloko la komiti le yone ya higher education. Ke a leboga.
Wait a second.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley Koike, the first Salt, and I'm a member of the committee.
And Nyatoza, Hlalo. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sanele Zondo, a member of this portfolio committee.
Please pass the mic behind you there.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, and all protocol of Belina Mrautsi from the Department of Higher Education and Training as Director TVET. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Mwane. I'm with the Gauteng Free State Regional Office as a Deputy Chief Education Specialist.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Obake Moloi. I'm an intern under Department of, from DHET under Chief Directorate Systems and Planning.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues. My name is Vusinkosi. I'm from the Directorate Grievance Dispute and Misconduct. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is David Mohlame, a parliamentary liaison officer in the Office of the Director General.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Kolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Yeah. Let them finish at the back, yeah. NSFAS, start there by NSFAS. No, let's start here by NSFAS.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone. My name is Siviwe Meqe. I work for NSFAS as a servicing administrator to Free State Colleges. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. All protocol observed. I am Lizette van Wyk, and I'm the campus manager of Bethlehem campus.
Morning, Chair, and the entire House. I am from I work for NSFAS.
Hola, Lujula Kimahlatsarani from DHET Communications. I'm the Principal Communication Officer.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, colleagues. My name is Matsepo Mukotla. I am a member of council and the deputy chairperson of council.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. My name is Daniel Musia. I'm one of the council members for the Maluti TVET. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Chair and PC members, the DG of the Department of Higher Education, DDG by the way, of the Department of Higher Education and Training, the Chairperson of Council and the Principal, all protocols observed. My name is Pule Patrick Mashele, the Acting Regional Manager for Gauteng and Free State Region, TVET. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Themba Msipa from TVET, the Chief Director for Systems Planning and Institutional Support.
Sabona Sihlalo, igama ngosiphelele uNtuli uMphemba Ndlela kaSompisi. I'm from Department of Higher Education and Training under the TVET branch, branch coordinator.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. Greetings to the Chair of Council and the Council members present, the Principal and the Executive Management of the College. Also greetings to the Senior Management of the Department, Organized Labor, student leaders, and everyone that is here. My name is Sam Zungu, DDG for TVET. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson, and thank you, and honorable members. My name is Mutlalupula Soteti, the Principal. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members and present here this morning. My name is Raymond Patel, and I'm the Chairperson of Council. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Sakile Gwenya. I'm the Deputy Principal Finance. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, DDG, Acting RM, all protocol observed. My name is Sandra Mabungo. I'm the Deputy Principal Corporate Services. I thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, and let me align myself with the established protocol. My name is Mazika Mbule. I am the Acting Deputy Principal Academic at Maluti TVET College. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and the House at large. My name is Ndebele Londega. I'm the General Secretary for the SRC.
Good morning. Good morning, House at large. My name is Leboya Katleo. I'm the SRC President of Maluti.
Good morning, Chairperson and the House at large, all protocols observed. I'm Deborah Pabi, the Council Member at Maluti TVET College.
Honorable Councillors, my name is Mahiu Mahamuza, Member of Council. Thank you.
Ke kopa o fe Labour mo le introduce.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Tapelo Nkupani. I'm a branch secretary for Nehau. All protocol observed.
Good morning, Chair, and honorable members. Protocol observed. I'm the chair of the branch from public servant. My name is Mlangeni Shadrack.
Morning, colleagues. All protocol observed. Solo JK from NUPSO, Regional Treasurer. Thank you.
Chair, my name is Lehlohonolo Joshua Zwani, branch chairperson of SATU. Observed.
Morning, Chair. My name is Tsidiso Mkatsane, representing Nehau, chairperson of Kokwa branch. All protocol observed. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues and comrades. All protocol observed. I'm Wilson Guruni, provincial chairperson, NUPSAU, in the Free State.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Charlie Tsepo. I'm the secretary of PSA.
Have you introduced ourselves?
Good morning, Chair, members, DDG, all protocol observed. My name is Ratanang Banda, Deputy Director for Infrastructure Support at the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Musabi Manoto from University Infrastructure Support at TVET. Thank you.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's on.
Good morning, members and colleagues. I'm Jablani Majozi from Parliament Communication Services.
Good morning, Chair, members, and everyone in the House. My name is Agnetha Orenser, and I'm the researcher for this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, the DDG and the delegation from the Department of Higher Education. My name is Mampa Homudiba. I'm the committee content advisor.
Good morning, Chair, everybody who is here, members. Libito Lakake Tsepo Mori, and I am the standing committee secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have all introduced ourselves. So yeah, now we're going to start with our meeting. We're going to give the college to start with the presentation. The presentation will be led by the Chair of Council, and then the Principal, and then from there we'll then give Labour, I hope that you had consolidated your presentations into one as Labour. When we wrote to you, we told you that consolidate everything and put it together in a presentation form. We will then have a specific time given for you guys to do it. So concentrate on going to the issues of vision, mission, a re di lebaleng gannyane. Let's go to the meat, because when time ends, we are going to stop you. Then after that, we'll go to students to give us the state of readiness, the student perspective, and state of management, the relationship with management and the stakeholders, and all of that. And then when we're done going to do a walkabout to look at the facilities that we have, Principal. When we initially wrote to the institution, they would have wanted us to go do or to visit the institution in another campus, because they wanted us to see a farm that they have and other facilities, but the distance was an issue. That's why we then agreed to meet here, noting that just yesterday evening we were in Velkom, which is about 230, 250 kilometers from here. And a day before we were in Bloemfontein, which is a further 150 or so kilometers from Velkom. So we then agreed that we'll be here. DDG, thank you very much. The DDG of TVET, DDG Zungu, is leading the team from the department with his team, regional managers and senior officials from the department who are here. Thank you very much for being here. So we'll then take, it's 9:25, Chairperson of Council. The entire presentation, including your opening, will be 45 minutes. So at 10:10, we will then stop you. Let's give the Chair of Council a round of applause. Let's take it from here.
Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Honorable Letse, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, distinguished guests from the DHET, led by its DDG, Mr. Zungu, Principal and Management of the TVET College, labor unions present, esteemed council members, fellow council members, student representatives, and I want to take this opportunity, Chairperson, of welcoming our student leadership. I'm saying welcoming because they were inaugurated 2 days ago. So they're very new into this position. My words to them were, I'm not their mouthpiece. We are here on their behest, not them on our behest. That's why we are a college. Staff representatives of the TVET College, ladies and gentlemen at large. It is my great privilege to welcome you to Maluti TVET College on behalf of Council. Your visit is critical and is of a critical importance as it underscores our oversight role that Parliament plays in ensuring that technical vocational education and training institutions deliver quality education and skills development in line with our national priorities to meet the goals of the National Development Plan and the strategic priorities of the Government of National Unity. As a council, we take governance seriously. Our role is outlined in the Act, the CET Act, and that role, Chair and Honorable Council members, I want to emphasize, is a strategic leadership role. It is not one of interference and running the college. We have to ensure institutional accountability, oversight, financial sustainability of the college. The council is composed of representatives from various sectors, including industry, academia, organized labor, students, and community at large. This composition ensures that we maintain a balanced approach to decision-making, and we align our strategies with the broader economic and skills development goals of the country. Maluti TVET College plays a vital role in addressing skills needs of our province and the country. Our curriculum is designed to provide industry-relevant training in priority sectors such as engineering, business studies, information technology, agrarian studies, which I really boast about, and hospitality. We align our programs to the occupational qualifications, the National Certificate Vocational Programs, and Report 191 courses to ensure our students are well prepared for employment and entrepreneurship. The Council aims to work with DHET, and I want to say this to Mr. Zungu, and I hope he looks at me when I say this. The Council aims to work with the DHET to offer training relevant to the local community and the economy. I'm saying this, and I've been a critic in my previous life of what colleges offer. Colleges tend to offer irrelevant programs for the area, the geographical area in which they are. I think we should use our college to enhance our competitiveness in the industry. And in our case, Chair, you mentioned our farm. We want to look at farming management and mechanization for the area and for the country at large. Primary agriculture is one of the aims of our college. Then the transport and logistics is another key priority of our college. We acknowledge government support through the recapitalization fund, which has enabled us to improve our workshops, purchase modern training equipment, and upgrade our teaching facilities. This investment is not just about infrastructure. It directly impacts the quality of education, enabling students to train using the latest technologies in their respective fields. When it comes to finance, I can say to you, our net asset value has increased from 2021 right up to 2023 when we last presented our financial statements. From 2021 to 2022, we increased by 36%, and by 2023, we increased by 8.8%. During this period, we achieved an unqualified audit report from the Auditor General, and we were ranked for 2 years in succession as the #1 college in terms of our audit outcomes in the province. We are striving towards an unmodified audit opinion. We acknowledge the need for efforts in student support, career guidance, and academic innovation to improve our overall success rates. Our student enrollment for 2023, our target was 9,026. We topped that by 112%, over 12%. We enrolled 10,767. The year thereafter, the target was 8,516. We enrolled 10,580, also 112% again. This current year, our target is 7,090. We are currently standing on 89.3% of that target. Our NCV success rates, student pass rates, you are sitting currently, honorable members, at the top performing college campus in the country in NCV. Our subject pass rate is 91%, our certification rate is 69%, our progression rate is 91%, and our retention rate is 94%. Report 191 business, our pass rate is 83%, certification 65%, progression 81%, and retention 98%. Report 191 engineering, it's not so good. Our subject pass rate is 69%, our certification is 43%, our progression is 65%, and our retention is 96%. This success can be attributed to the following. One, we have regular academic board meetings that sees to it. This progresses through to EXCO and to council. At every council meeting, we sit with what we do, which is our core business, is our education and training. The stability is brought about by labor stability at the college, through the labor forums, the SRC quarterly meetings, and our strategic direction by the college council. Our continuous capacity building of our lecturers, our partnership established with various stakeholders. Our staff complement, Chair, we can say our principal position was unfilled from 2022 to December 2024, with the current incumbent serving as in an interim capacity during this period. We thank the DHET for finalizing the appointment as from 1st of January this year. Mr. Totsetsi was then appointed the principal, which made his previous post vacant, which is the deputy principal academic, where Ms. Kambule is acting in. We have the following deputy principal posts: finance being occupied, corporate services, and deputy principal innovation. Our PPN allocation of 475 posts, we have 352 posts filled, 123 vacancies, of which 75 positions are funded by the council currently. So our vacancy rate is 25.8%. In terms of equity, we are striving to bring about equity in comparison with, comparable with what the country needs and the area. In conclusion, as you conduct your oversight visit today, we trust that you will find our college committed to transformation, excellence, and youth empowerment. We appreciate your guidance as your role ensures that TVET colleges fulfill their mandates effectively. Your visit reinforces the values of accountability, governance, and continuous improvement of the TVET sector. On behalf of Council, I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you. May this engagement be productive, insightful, and in the best interest of our students and the community at large. I welcome you to Maluti College. Thank you.
Thank you. Principal, take us through. The Chair of Council took 10 minutes. So we have 35 minutes. Principal Oskalibadabo Vision Mission. Whilst we are waiting for it to load, you can speak to them in the meantime.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson, honorable members, the DDG, Ndete Zungu, and all officials from the department, Chairperson of Council, and members of Council, the executive members, SRC, Labour, and all protocol observed. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for affording me this opportunity to make a presentation which I'll run through, being aware that some of the items also were covered by the Chairperson of Council, so some of them I'll just keep them on the basis of that. And I have made a presentation of 21 slides, and then thereafter the supporting documents. And then this is the overview of the presentation as it appears, and then I've added supporting information, which is the last slide. And then the pre-registration process, as we started the year for 2025, our online admissions were opened on the 1st of September 2024, and then it closed on the 30th of September. And then applications were reviewed and verification from the 1st of September to the 4th of October, and the selection of students from the 7th to the 25th of October. And then admission decisions were made from the 28th of October to the 1st of November via the admission portal. Also, the application of students for the NSFAS. And then in instances where there was, we did not meet the target, then there was a second phase and the third phase, which we dealt with. And then in terms of academic readiness, all campuses after the admission of students conducted induction of new students and also the returning students to update them of the relevant information. Classes for the new students commenced on the 13th of January as per the plan of the department, and for the returning student did not commence as scheduled because of the results that were not there at the time. It commenced on the 20th of January 2025, and then we also conducted the in-house training for all the members of the campus management teams on college assessment schedule, academic calendar, and ICAS instructions. And then the textbooks were received, captured on the call text system, and distributed to the campuses, and campuses issued textbooks and PPE to students. The other item that is also key is the consumables for practical assessments were also procured as part of the readiness. And then this slide just shows our target versus the actuals. But Chairperson, I'll just go straight to indicate that for the semester 2, trimester 2, and trimester 3 in 2025, the college will be able to meet the target. But also, when you look at the profile of our students, we've got 99.7% African, which is 6,313, 0.24% colored, which is 15, and 0.047, which is white, which is 3 in number. Now, in terms of the gender of our students, 71.43% is females, and 28.57% is males. So this is dominated by females, our student enrollments. And then when you look also at the age profile, 9.41% is below 20 years. Between 20 and 25, we have 73.99%, and above 25 years is 16.6%. And then students that have registered to say we have the disability, they are 62, which represent the 0.98% of our enrollments. The overview of the governance, our 5 ministerial council appointees were appointed on the 22nd of May 2024. Then the concurrence, 17 February 2025, which was 4 members, and the donor is currently awaiting the vetting outcome. And then the internal appointments also are in place. Then committees of council are functional. On the right-hand side are all the council committees that are in place: academic board, finance, audit and risk, planning and resource, human resources and information technology. And the sittings are taking place as scheduled. And also the necessary approvals for 2025 were dealt with in 2024. Administration, in terms of our staffing, the vacancy rate is currently at 25.89. And I think the issues that Dr. Patel alluded to in terms of the appointments of the members of management are as indicated there. But I want to bring also to the attention of the members that the Deputy Principal Innovation, who was appointed in 2022, July, has been on sick leave since last year in February, and she has also applied for the ill health retirement. On the right-hand side, also it just shows our staff establishment in terms of the PPN allocation, how many posts were there and how many were filled, and then the vacancies and those that are funded by the college. Over the slide, it's more about our subject pass rate, which then, if we look at from 2022 to 2024, NCV from 86, 87, and currently, which is in 2024 at 91, and then business studies 78, 82, 83, and then engineering 73, 74, and 69%. But I must also indicate that in 2024, NCV was position 3 national in terms of subject pass rate. And then in engineering, the first trimester, the college was position 4 national. And then there also is the overall performance in terms of the subject pass rate is 81, 82, 83, and 84, which shows a steady growth in terms of performance. On the next slide, it's more about the throughput, certification, progression, and retention. Certification rate, NCV is at 69. Then the report 191 business 65, report 191 engineering 43, and then progression, students that are able to progress from one level to the next level, 92%, 81%, 65, and the retention 94, 98, 96. The throughput rate, 2022 it was 16%, and 2023 16%, in 2024 at 32%. Let me go to the finances, Chairperson, which also in the last 3 years, the college has been getting the unqualified audit opinion from the AGSA, but also I must also indicate that there is also more room for improvement, especially in the internal controls, but also there are action plans that the college put in place in terms of addressing the issues that are there. The financial health of the college, the cash and cash equivalent, the steady growth from 2021 from 150, 2022 183, 2023 197 million, and also the liabilities. You can see also our liabilities from 70 million, then the second year 61. Current, the previous audited is 63.9 million. So that's the financial health of the college. In terms of the NSFAS, this is more linked to the tuition that we normally claim from the from NSFAS. You can see the first row is the number of students who applied, and then the allocation, the amount claimed, and the amount received, and the difference due to the college. I just want to draw also the attention on the amount due to the college, that the college is still awaiting that it will, at one point or another, be able to get from the NSFAS, which amounts to 2.98 million in total. But also the growth in terms of the utilization of the fund from 78% to 81%, and previously it was at 89%. And then for students that are not getting the NSFAS bursaries, and then also we make applications or we work closely with the CETAs. You can see the food bev, 16 students, and then Agri-SETA 111, WNR-SETA 63, INSETA 50, and then CAD-SETA 9, and then Services-SETA it's 10, and there are amounts that are attached to that. Around the partnerships, the college has a number of partnerships which goes up to 385. There are partnerships for funding, there are partnerships for, which are private partnerships, for public partnerships, which are the public institutions, and then there are those that are for support partnerships, like the higher health that we're working closely with, and then also the international partners. So with the private is when we then have partnerships with the companies, and then public is when we have like hospitals, then it will be public partnerships, and the number is 385 all in all. And then around the capital infrastructure efficiency grant, currently our balance is at 11 million, and then 5.6 has been committed to upgrade the Wi-Fi, and then 1.1 has been committed to access control at the 2 engineering campuses, and then the other 6 campuses is earmarked for the remainder of 6 million that is there. And then outstanding certificates in total is 3,029, and what we do in terms of that, we ensure that we consolidate a spreadsheet of the outstanding certificate and submit it on a monthly basis, and the students are assisted to apply for the outstanding certificates in cases where the student did not pass at a go. And also upon the receipt of the certificate from the department, the campuses paste a list of on the notice board so that the student can see. But also we also take it forward where we then inform them to come and collect through calls that we make to those students. And also we also send the bulk SMS, which is one of our communication strategy with the students. Then the PPN to date, the college was able to migrate 122 lecturers, admin staff, and support staff since its inception, and then also 53 promotional posts, and then 12 PL1 appointments were made between 2024-25. And then on the right-hand side, this is a submission of extra posts that we are looking for to fill, which are very critical in terms of managing different portfolios within the college. So all in all, they are 8. And then courses and measures to address the dropout rates, delays in NSFAS funding awards. And then we invite NSFAS to address the SRC on awareness campaign, and then also NSFAS visit to students at each campus to address pending matters. And then also we address the funding issues by college officials to students and SRC. So even the college has got a role that it plays, and also we further seek bursary funding from CETAs. And then students accepted by universities, which is the cause of the dropout. Students accept, later they then get enrolled with the universities. And then what we do is we enroll students that are in the waiting list. And then some social challenges like bullying, which is one of the issues that were picked up in the surveys, that there's a lot of bullying that takes place amongst the student. So we have partnered with counseling services like Lifeline, Higher Health, Department of Health, Department of Social Development, the SAPS, and other awareness campaigns to students and also for referrals. And some of the students, they find it too difficult or not meeting the expectation once they tend to drop out. So what we do, we appoint tutors to support students with curriculum. We record lessons in our LMS for ease of revision and or remedial work. We appoint also the SLOs in each campus for ease of support where needed. And also we implement the placement test software, which is a profiler, to identify the strengths and weaknesses of each student. It offers support and recommendations that based on the analysis of the data of each student. Furthermore, on the successes, I think we have spoken to the positive student success rate, which is on the table on the right-hand side, and also the 3 consecutive unqualified audit opinions. But I must also indicate that in terms of the number of partners that we have, we are working very well with a number of partners on different programs. And then last year in November, October, November, the college received the Best Placement Award from Food Bev SETA. And also a week or 2 weeks ago, We were also shortlisted by the INSETA, and then we were in the top 3 for the very same placement of students, and then also the fairly stable environment to enhance teaching and learning is one of the key aspects, and I think the chairperson also alluded to it in terms of how does it happen. And then some of the challenges and the risks that we have is that the investigation by the SIU in relation to NSFAS allowances, because at this point in time, there is a certain amount that we're not sure what's happening with it, whether should we use it or it should be taken back to NSFAS. So the college maintains regular contact with NSFAS and SIU, and the recent college engagement involved change the information previously submitted to the SIU by the college to support the college's claim for funded students who were not issued a remittance allocation advice. The college is awaiting the outcome from the SIU. In terms of the challenges, I think I mentioned the vacancy rate, which is at 25.89, which is the challenge is the critical areas that are vacant. And then what we do, we share responsibilities, and also college appoints in other areas, and then it uses its own funds. The other challenge is the interrupted water supply in Kwakwa, especially the area of Kwakwa. Water is constantly interrupted, which is a health hazard. And then there are water tankers that are in place, which is only one, but also at the moment, we are in the process of procuring another water tanker, and so that they can fill the JoJo's. And then at one of our campuses, which is the Sifikeng campus, it's difficult to access the campus due to its remoteness to students. Then the challenge is that there's no accommodation on the farm. We have submitted a proposal to DPSA for student accommodation, aging infrastructure, which is a health hazard building, and then the usage of mobile classroom is in place to that effect. And then the delivery of the textbooks in 2025 due to AGSA directive was one of the challenges that we experienced. So in terms of the discussion, then AG required that the textbooks be delivered in 2025, which delayed the distribution thereof of students. And then what we did, the copies were made for teaching and learning, and then a team was assembled to centrally capture and issue to campuses, and then where at the campuses, the textbooks were barcoded before issued to the students. So the supporting information, the first one is just to show members of the portfolio committee and everyone to say, with regard to the NSFAS, it has assisted the college quite a lot, and then there are the figures that shows what happened in terms of the NSF funding, the INSETA also, and also you can see these are the recent engagement with INSETA and the funds that were allocated to the college, and in terms of the placement and also the learnership on different skills development. AgriSETA, the funding, and one of the funding was also on the apprenticeship in boiler making and also learnerships. And then TETA-SETA, a number of internship, but what was also critical, it was also the infrastructure development in the electrical workshop. And then Food Bev, the funding that the college also received from the Food Bev, and then the Bank SETA, there was a funding for internship and also for WIL. And then even the construction SETA, there was a funding for apprenticeship, which is currently taking place, and also for the infrastructure. Health and Welfare SETA, the internship. CAD SETA, also there are the figures in terms of our involvement. Services SETA, and one of the funding of Services SETA is apprenticeship in automotive mechanics and also in the electrician. MQA also funds the college. ETDP SETA also come on board. LG SETA is also funding, and SAS SETA is also one of the critical partners in terms of funding the college. WNR SETA, and then also MERSETA, also they fund us. At the moment, we already received the award letter for 18.5 million from MERSETA, which is more also on the apprenticeship, which should then commence on the 25th of April this year. We also further engage, working closely with UNISA, which is the region to host annual conferences. So this is what we are finalizing between the college and UNISA. I've talked to this one. So also just a brief on the campuses, what is happening at our campuses, which is the Harrismith campus. And then these are the students that are busy with their ISET material, and this is what they were donating to the charity. So it's a work that is done by the students. These are the hospitality students at Lerela Tsipi in the hospitality kitchens. These are the students in the electronics at Lerela Tsipi doing their practicals. And then here at the Itemuelen campus are the students in the Masondre busy with their work. Here also I want to bring to attention that on the left-hand side, that's how the campus looked like. And then on the right-hand side, after the CIEG funding, this is how it's looking like at the moment, which made a huge impact in terms of the security of the campus. These are the students, the bricklaying and carpentry that are working in our workshops. And then the renewable technology is one of the subjects that we are offering, and some of the equipment that the students are using. Here is at the very same campus of Itemuelen and Arbor Day, where there were various stakeholders that were there for the Arbor Day. And then at main campus, these are some of our students that are doing graphic design, which was introduced in 2023. And this is the work that they are doing with the graphic design, those students. And also because the campus is offering marketing, and this is one of the entrepreneurship day, which deals with the sales management by the students. And then our working closely, we got a funding from Mercita in collaboration with BB Wholesalers. On this one, the main focus around it was for the students that the student will be attending a program, and they'll be doing their practicals in this shop, which is funded by WNRCTA, and it will be officially opened in May this year. This is an ICT lab that was funded by TVET CGC and FACITA at the Bethlehem campus. The others will be able to go around and see. And then at the Bonamelo campus is the tourism campus, and these are the tourism students, and here they are celebrating the tourism month. This is what takes place. And here is at Kwetlisong campus, and it was sponsored by Mercita, Festo, and the college. This is how it looks like inside. These are some of the features, but also I must indicate that out of this lab, 4IR lab, that is called Tabumfitan 4IR lab, we have also introduced the programming and robotics in this lab, which is an IT program since from last year. It was for the first time that it was offered, and we got 91% pass percentage. So this was during the official opening, and then there's a virtual reality. Now, also around NSF, these are some of the funding from NSF, but I just want to also to say, beside this funding from NSF being the resources to the college, but they assist also because when they are being bought, then they are demonstrated to the lecturers, and they are able also to be acquainted with the latest technology that is in play. And also these are some of the machinery that we have from the NSF. On this one, these are some of the donations, and as we make it the walkabout, and we'll be also able to see 2 bakkies out of the 3 bakkies that were donated by Fort SA, which the students are using for their teaching and learning, and the agents also that were donated by Fort SA. But also, I just want also to indicate to say, the very same Fort that were donated, when we had the World Skills Competition in Durban, the national competitions, at the bottom left, those bakkies were taken to Durban for students that were competing, the candidates, to use those bakkies. On the top left corner, it's one of our lecturers who participated there, who was the judge in the, which then in terms of the World Skills Competition, it also developed the very same lecturers that we have at the college. So this Transport Center, these are some of the resources that we got from Transport Center. You'll see they made a huge impact in our workshop, the electrical workshop, it's a different new items. And then this was the funding from the construction CETA, which is the laser line level machines. And then here, out of the college fund, college budget, we're able also to upgrade the electronic section of our electrical workshop. This was the CETA funding from ESCOM, which is in the electrical workshop that we are using currently. And then from the partnership that we are having with the Central University of Technology, these were the machinery that were donated, but also on the right-hand corner, it's the 2 3D printers that were also donated, so that there are more footprints in terms of the 4IR. This is the funding from the CIEG at Quilson campus. That's how the campus now looks like at the moment, which improved the security. Our farm is the Civic campus. This is how it looks like. And then in summer, that's how it looks like. These are some of the work that is done there. And then here, it was on the 21st of February, where we had a visit from the University of the Free State, the Dean of, in the Natural Agricultural Sciences was also there because they want to work closely with us as a college. So they visited the farm, and then these are the tunnels that the students are using for teaching and learning. And then the livestock that we have, you can see the piggery unit, and also the cattle, the sheep, and the goat. They are there on the farm. And also it's the same piggery unit. And then this is one of the slides that was shared in the DHET Facebook after the visit by officials from the department as part of the best practices that they saw on the farm when they were accrediting the N4, N5, and 6 program not long time ago. Some of the issues around the farm is the fire belts, how to construct them. And then also we do have the chicken, and then also on the right-hand side, it's when we had a visit from the Deputy Minister in February this year, Deputy Minister in the monitoring, evaluation, and the DSEISO, and then when he was on the farm. And then as we were working on the farm, also it created some of the challenges because we were busy with the contours, and then it made it difficult for the students to access the campus. This is what was happening at the time. But what we did, we then used the CIEG funding, and that's how it looks like at the moment as you go to the farm. These are some of the challenges that we also have in terms of the fell fires. On the farm, we have got also the open days for students from neighboring schools to come and see the farm. This is basically those the chicken layers that the students are using. But I must also indicate that as part of the 0.98 of the disabled students that we have as a college, we also have the Disability Awareness Days. Here is when we had our internal stakeholders who started to experience and feel how it is to use a wheelchair. On the top left corner, I was guided, blindfolded, so the feeling how it is to walk and be given instruction. On the right-hand top corner, to walk on crutches. And then also there, it was the annual event where we normally work with the University of the Free State. And the program director there is blind, and he was facilitating the whole engagement. Our pass percentage, it increases because of also the students are also taking it upon themselves. So they organize the students' academic conferences. So this is one of the academic conferences where they are holding everyone at the college in terms of performance, and then everyone should be there to present as to what are the steps that they are going to do to improve the results. And then this is also last year, we had our SRCs participating in the United Nations Summit, which was held in the University of the Free State. And at the bottom, that's what also they got as performing well. The debate is taking place, and then we encourage it quite a lot. And then the sporting activities, you can see there, it's one of the sporting activities. And also we ensure that our students participate in the marathon and different activities. You can see it there. Best performance we award best performance, which then encourage everyone. We had a very same function 2 weeks ago, where we are also awarding best performers. Having said everything, this marks the end of my presentation, but I must also say, Chairperson, on the top right corner, the college is participating in the end GBVF, which is the 100-day challenge. And this is when it was launched last year, and even this year also the college is participating on it. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal, and congratulations on your appointment as the principal. Labor? No, let me start with the students. SRC, can you please come and present? Then we'll go to labor after that. Dr. Zungu, you saw the private and public partnership that the college says they have. Okay. You can take us through, President.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Libuya Katleo, SRC President. Without any waste of time, let me say all protocol observed. Today I'm going to present the challenges of the students and the recommendations. We did research, and the students were able to give us the challenges that they are facing. As much as we have many colleges, but we managed to find all the challenges and compile them to make one challenge, to make one presentation. Now, without any waste of time, can I just go straight to the challenges? And one of the greatest challenges that we had at the beginning of the year is that the registration of the college took long period of time than expected due to the slow system and students who were blocked due to the financial situation. The concern of financial situation, it is whereby we are talking about students, those who are owing the college. Our recommendation and the recommendation of the students is that that the college may hire temporarily administration that will help that the process will run swiftly. Number two, is that late arrival of the PEE students going to the workshop. We find out that other students, they even go to the workshops without PEEs, whereby it is a great danger to their lives. They enter to the workshops without PEEs. And our recommendation is that order the PEEs a year before and know the number of the students that which are going to enroll in the next academic year. Number three is the practical resources or materials that are used are not enough. We're finding out that the students don't have enough materials to do their practicals, And now our recommendation is that order necessary materials. Shortage of textbook. This one is very bad issue, whereby we find out many students, those who are even doing trimesters, right now they are writing the exams. Their exams, they don't have textbooks. That causes them to fail. There is shortage of textbooks. Our recommendation is that implementation and effective procurement and distribution system ensuring that textbooks are accessed in time or explore digital textbook. Again, we have shortage of lectures in certain campuses, whereby even right now students are writing, they even write test one without no lectures. They didn't have lectures. Our recommendation is that higher lectures as a matter of emergency, because now students are suffering. Again, the timetable issues. The issue of timetable, it is whereby we are talking about the syllabus not being able to be covered up due to the long time that we spend during the registration. Now, our recommendation is that HODs must create a timetable that will allow the students to recover last time due to the late registration. Again, we have shortage of tables and chairs. Our recommendation is that before the academic year starts, the campuses must ensure that tables and chairs are enough for every classroom. Again, we have shortage of computer labs and updated systems. Our recommendation is that increase the number of the labs in all campuses and ensure that the computer system is updated regularly. Again, we have lack of libraries. Other campuses, they don't have libraries. And as much as we want to develop and students want to develop, there is no place whereby they can read and increase their capacity. Now, our recommendation is that provide mobile classes that can be turned into libraries. Again, is the issue of the disability. The campus do not have ramps to support the student with disabilities. And we find out that it is hard for some of the some of the students to go to lecture classes because of there is no ramps, those who are using wheelchairs. Our recommendation is that provide ramps for disability students so that they can be more mobile around the campus. Again, the disability toilets are not enough at campuses. The number of disabilities has now increased in our college, checking from the statistics of last year, and now there is, in other campuses, there's absolutely no toilets for the disability students. There's short toilets, the college is running in short of toilets for the disabilities. Now, our recommendation is that increase the number of disability toilets due to the number of students who have enrolled at the college and make sure that they are well maintained. Lastly, is the issue of the shortage of interpreters for the students that are deaf. Hire 2 more interpreters as the number of students who are deaf has increased. The number of the students who are deaf has increased, and we ask that the number of lectures, the number of interpreters may come, because now the interpreters that we are having, they are struggling. There are many number of deaf students. In conclusion, we believe that the challenges and the recommendations that are raised by the students are taken into consideration to help and to improve the college academic year. Remember that the college readiness is the journey which the SRC is ready to support. Thank you.
Thanks, President. Labour. Principal. Principal and Chair of Council, please, Principal, send us the updated presentation you've just presented, because on the ones that you sent, there were about 16 or 17 slides that you changed or you updated on your own and you did not share with us. Chair of Council, also send us your opening remarks. So that when we are done here, Principal, members wants to make notes from some of those things. So please send them to us whilst Labour is presenting. Labour, give 16 minutes past 10. So we don't pretend that igaraki boni nako. Marare kaya kwa towards 25 to 11, or stop. So we had initially said 15 minutes, we're giving you 20 because of the number of unions you have. So you can take us through.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson of the session and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, the Chairperson of the council and council members, the college exco, campus managers present here, the college principal, or led by college principal, the SRC, and my comrades at the back there. Good morning. Chair, what I can promise you, I'm going to be very brief. We're not going to get to that point where you're going to kick me out of this podium. We did indeed had a session where we sat as organized labor to find basically we found each other on a number of aspects, which I will flag here. The first one which we dealt with was with relation to the lead up to the registration. So the college does have the online application for prospective students, and which we thought it does limit the walk-ins at the campus and the stagnation, which paints a very bad picture. And one can say this emanates from the college strategic planning, which we said we were invited as organized labor, and to a relative extent we did manage to find each other on that extent, and we think it is a mechanism that does assist our students and the prospective students. We'll talk to some of these issues when we deal with the challenges. We'll give more flesh on them. As well as there is that selection committee which is led by a TVET Miss manager, if I were to call him that, relatively so. So with regard to that, we can safely say, yeah, there are those strides to make sure that we have this important stakeholder at our campuses, various campuses. Then we come to the state of readiness in as far as that the college is concerned. Then here we as organized labor, we thought that the information that was required, this is in relation to students with various circumstances and challenges. And one would ask, why would organized labor talk to these issues? Ours, it's mainly about, we do account for the results at the end of the day. So if there are challenges such as those students would be owing the college and then prolongs the registration process, it eats on the teaching and learning time, then but we'll talk to that again as in the challenges, but we just wanted to highlight that, or there are those challenges which we find them as very, very worrisome. And then there's a college strategic planning as vis-a-vis the operational planning as far as the state of readiness is concerned. Here we do participate in such processes as organized labor, which was held sometime, sometime last year. It was the first and the second. Then here the college will outline their strategic objectives and with regard to issues of access, registration, and the targets and so forth and so on. And then the campus will also present their operational plans in as far as how ready they are when you talk of staff allocation and workloads, which we take note of. And then again, they will also furnish us with what we call the management plans. Then we follow on that as to whether they do execute them as presented or as envisaged. Now, we'll talk to also the issues of human resources and infrastructure. I think this emanated from the very same strat plan. So you will have the personnel and infrastructure available and ready. We have staff allocation and so forth, timetables and classroom and practicum rooms. Then, however, we have observed the following challenges with that which we've indicated. There's we thought that as what have I done now? Okay. Yeah, as organized labor, we've come to realize the following challenges. The selection committee, as we spoke to it, we felt that it needed to be decentralized because as far as we are concerned, it is in the hands of the TVET Miss Manager who then decides on his own or her own which members in various campuses are to be part of that, which sometimes it's information that we do not have access to. We know that there will be certain people in that selection committee, but the process of selection and identifying those particular individuals, we still do not have much information with regard to that. So we felt that it needed to be centralized, and then it can handle this, it can be betterly handled. And then the other issue that we have picked up is that the release of the results, it is not in line with the results in as far as the management plan of the department and the actual release of the results, especially with regard to the NCV as well as Report 191, we are still facing challenges in as far as that is concerned. And that in itself, like I've alluded initially, that it is on the teaching and learning, and learning time, and then which forces us to come up with some sort of deviations and so forth. Then the second one we thought as a challenge is the PPN, which we are aware as organized labor that it was met with the moratorium from the Treasury. However, we still feel that there are outstanding appointments that are yet to be made, and as a result, as labor, we advocate for employment, and therefore, whether it's one or two posts that are not filled, it's one too many. So we want to see those posts being filled and then the PPN be fully completed. Then the long-standing contracts, it's one of, particularly here we've identified Kwetlisong as a campus. There's a skill center. Colleagues there, they sign contracts on some it will be on an annual basis, some it will be on a 3-year basis. So we would want to see those comrades being absorbed into the mainstream and then be made permanent. I think the issue of job security here is quite important. Then we felt as a challenge again here is the issue of QTCO, because we felt that there needs to be a proper guiding policy in as far as the execution and the whole intentions of the QCTO, so that we are brought on board in as far as the guiding principles in as far as this is going to unfold. Then another one here, the pay progression. Here we had colleagues who've been engaged in skills development. I think some were involved with the Valley University of Technology, and some completed in 2020. And unfortunately, up to this date, we're still fighting cases of salary parity in terms of movement to the next REQV levels. And the retrospective back payment. Some have received, some have complained to us that the money was not adequately disbursed, or they did not get what it was due to them. So it is of a critical importance that we see that colleagues are being fully paid, especially under these economic challenges. So if you improve the qualifications, we expect you to be paid. And then another one on this one, colleagues. No, I think I've mixed my points here. Pardon me. And I spoke to the issue of, but it's fine. So the pay progression, colleagues. The one that I spoke to earlier was payment of parity in terms of RQ levels and improvement of qualifications. So I think we've highlighted pay progression. I think with colleagues that are on IQMS, I think their monies were received, all of them. Our only challenge is on staff, support staff, who have up to this far have not received their pay progression. So it's a bit of a challenge, and up to so far we've not had any communication except that even with the previous item, the blame is with the department. The files would have been sent to the department, but we do not get satisfactory responses from the Human Resource Department or from the college. And then jumping to the next one, it is infrastructure shortage in different campuses. Here we're talking your Wi-Fi infrastructure, your practicum rooms in certain areas. Some campuses, practicum rooms would have been erected. However, they are not fully utilized. There's procurement challenges here and there, which we think our colleagues will have to account on the results, which had this matter being handled better, the results would have improved, and they will account on a positive light on how to improve on those good quality results. And then there's also shortage of computer labs. I think colleagues are aware of subjects like information processing, particularly N5. You have that we are lacking in terms of computer laboratories for students to practice, because this subject require a lot of practicing. So you cannot go just to class, receive tuition, and at the ultimate end, you do not have enough time to practice as this subject require you practicing. And as a result, it has a bearing on the results, and colleagues, again, have to account. And some get awarded, and then, some would say, Rona, we can be, until such a matter is addressed, our students are able to get to practice. It's then that we will see the improvement in our results, and we get to be awarded and incentivized accordingly. And then again, we felt that there's a problem in Harrismith. I happened to be there yesterday delivering the files for college monthly monitoring, and the road was, it was raining. The road was slippery. So I wonder those who are accessing, it's access road to Harrismith campus. I wonder those colleagues, how do they deal? If it happens to rain heavier than yesterday, how do they cope with that? I was told I should have taken the different route, but to me, it's the only route that I know. So if that is a challenge, not only to colleagues, but to also the student. But in this regard, our focus is on the student, on colleagues. Then, we may not necessarily cover everything, but also shortage of staff in support and academic staff, especially here in this regard. Your relief lecturers in cases of colleagues going for maternity leaves, it's a challenge for such relief lecturers. We know that recently there's that database initiative that has been phased in. However, we remain with the challenge of having to bombard colleagues with extra work to cover. We can't leave students unattended. Some will have to overstretch them. So that academic teaching and learning can take place, which is a bearing on health of those colleagues who will be. It's not only on that one, it's issues of those colleagues who may have retired, colleagues who may have been, who may have resigned, some may have taken went for greener pastures. So we are experiencing challenges in terms of that. So it's one challenge that we've identified. And then the last one on challenges is on the tools of trade. I think colleagues can attest to the fact that a lot of colleagues have since received their laptops. I'm not going to be correctly on date here, but it's been a while. So the replacement of such tools of trades have an impact on them being effective and efficient in delivering their and performing in their key performance areas. So it's quite a challenge. And then I think we are sitting with old, some are sitting with old laptops, and then it's a challenge for such laptops to be or computers to be replaced without necessarily having your what is that room that there's this room where it's sort of a resource center like for colleagues to go, and in an event where you do not have laptops and stuff, you can go there or your typing pools and so forth with fully furnished internet and stuff. Your typing pools would at least let's have an alternative. If there are no laptops, let's have typing pools so that colleagues can be able to perform on their duties. That would be the challenges. And then I'll go straight to the recommendations. There must be decentralized, the issue of selection committee must be decentralized with clear standard operating procedures. And then we also recommend that there must be consistency in as far as the release of the results is concerned, because the management plan directs us as to the activities, annual academic activities. So if the results are delayed, it has a bearing on our daily activities. So it's like we are planning to fail instead of planning to succeed. And then the PPN review of PPN implementation, but we've heard the principle on your submission, but we are adamant that one post is one too many. Let's make sure that posts are being filled as per, and the PPN process is completed. And then colleagues on long-standing contracts be permanently employed to secure their job security. And they have been in our system for far too long. Therefore, it means we do need their services. So let's see that they are absorbed. Then the second one would be we need to have in fact, on QCTO, we need to be presented with clear guiding implementation plan document, your guiding policy and so forth on the QTCO programs. And then we must also address the issue of pay progression as a matter of urgency, because by far we should not be talking about colleagues who have not been paid their PMDS benefits, those pay progression, as well as this one of payment of parity in terms of improvement of results, REQV. Colleagues must be paid retrospectively, number one. Number two, their salaries be adjusted to the relevant salary payment or REQV level, salary level. Then on infrastructure, it also need to be, there need to be an investment on improvement of infrastructure amenities. And then we also thought that let the vacant post be filled. We are aware of, like we have alluded earlier on, we are aware of the database initiative that has been introduced as an initiative. But so far it has not been, I don't think even a single campus has seen the appointment of relief lecturers, especially to those colleagues who have gone for maternity, as a matter of intervening in that exercise. So colleagues and comrades, that marks the end of of Labour's consolidated presentation, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Labour. It's 10:37. I allowed you.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe because your screen kept on being off, but I wanted to hold you accountable that you said you won't get to 10:35. NSFAS, is there anything that you want to respond to?
Greetings, Chair, once again. I'm not sure if there was a question posed to NSFAS. I didn't note any question posed to us.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's we normally ask NSFAS to respond immediately because sometimes the institution complains that you don't give them their money on time, or students complain that you don't distribute allowances on time and so forth. So that's why I was saying, is there anything that they may have said that you want to clarify? Institution called Umalusi or the SRC of Maluti. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chair, for that clarity. So with regards to the delayed payments by NSFAS, I think it's important to emphasize that for us to pay, there are dependencies. For one, we rely on information that we get from DHEAD. So we first have to wait for DHEAD to give us the approved allowances for that specific year. After we've received that, we then communicate them with the institutions, be it TVET or university. Thereafter, we would wait for the loading of registration data by the institution. So once we've received the registration data, we then start to make payments. For instance, Chair, this year there was delays in terms of payments because the confirmation in terms of the allowances, the approved amount, there was delayed from DHEAD. We got the final approved amounts on the 27th, if not 28th of February. A week later, which is the 7th of March, we started to make payments. So sometimes we delay because we have not received the registration data or we're still awaiting confirmations from DHEAD. So yes, there are delays at times, but there are dependencies to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I can just add on to what my colleagues have just alluded on. The issue of the registration load is on track. The only delays would have been that some of the applications were not approved, which looked at and be funded. And we appreciate the fact that the deployment that was actually done and suggested by the Minister of Higher Education, they have acknowledged and appreciated. We also appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. DDG Zungu, Mr. Mjiba. Registration data from the department. We're told that it's you guys. Please comment. Let me borrow you.
To correct you, Chair, it's not the registration data. It's the amounts, the confirmed amounts for the allowances.
Oh.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, because reg data through your chair will come from the institutions. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. I think there was a delay in terms of signing of the the fee structures, which was eventually signed by the minister because it had to be endorsed by the minister. So we do acknowledge that, which then led to some of the institutions, particularly the universities, to load the fees using the previous year's fees, but I think that has been corrected according to my knowledge, Chair, because the minister did sign that eventually. Thank you very much.
Okay, and the matching of salaries from those who have improved their qualifications.
No, thank you, Chair. I think this morning I was dealing with one case from this particular college, which we received last.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's load shedding on the mic, Chair. So we received last October, and we then routed, because those matters are dealt with under corporate services, human resource unit. So we've received quite a number of those cases through Mr. Msipa, who will then route them to corporate services for further processing. However, we'll then, Chair, maybe go and find out from the colleagues how far are they in terms of processing those. So we are aware of that matter and the delays that have been caused by that. Maybe let me take this opportunity, Chair, to say we had an engagement earlier on this morning with DDG Corporate Services, who's been reaching out to us for support from TVET colleges. And tomorrow we'll have a meeting with all the principals who can assist us with what we call it, additional capacity that we can get from colleges so that we can be able to process all the HR-related matters at head office, because there is no capacity at this point in time, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. So maybe let's Mr. Msipa, let's do this. Because this is not a Maluti isolated problem. Let's commit ourselves to timelines. I know it's not under your directorate, it's HR related. But let's commit ourselves to timelines. By when can we communicate with workers in the sector about this, maybe in a secular arrangement, that we are aware of adjustment of salaries for those that have improved their qualifications, and as the department were doing X, Y, and Z to address it, it will be addressed by around this. Let's commit ourselves to some DDG or Mr. Msipa, I don't know who's going to, but let's commit ourselves.
Chair, if I may, I think following the meeting tomorrow with the DDG Corporate Services, and if we get confirmation from all the colleges to support, I've requested Chair DDG to communicate quite a number of issues. One of them is the issue of, and the clarity on the issue of moratorium in terms of filling of vacancies. So she has agreed that that circular will go out next week. So we'll then also amplify it with this information in relation to the issues of benefits for employees within the sector, that it must also incorporate all of that HR-related matters, and also with the clear timelines as to when will those then be addressed. But she has requested that this project, where we'll get support from TVETs, that she will probably need that support for at least a minimum of 4 weeks for us to be able to deal with the entire backlog, be it recruitment and selection processes and so forth, but also to try and get a delegation to move some of this work to be done at the regional offices rather than concentrating everything at head office. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, DDG. I'm sure workers would not mind to wait for 4 weeks. They've been waiting for so long. 4 weeks won't kill them. But let's commit. So today is what? 27th of March. So before, on Freedom Day in South Africa, they will have freedom themselves on the 27th of April. So let's commit to that, DDG. Members, I'm waiting for a signal. Well, how do you want us to proceed time-wise? 20 minutes. Okay. Yeah, if you can bring the mic this side. Are we all agreeing on 20? Ash? Tshepo? Okay, now we're starting there. Yeah, just switch off one mic. Yeah, Ash. You don't want to start today. I know. Okay. Give Honorable Maseko. Hold on. Let me just. And when you ask a question, it email mic. Yeah. When we colleagues, when we principal. Department, but principal, chair, SRC, workers. We always say that when these members of ours ask you a question, principal, like yourselves, you must assume that they are teachers, because most Lonama teacher, when you ask a question to students, you already know the answer. You are just testing their knowledge. So when they ask you a question, also assume they are teachers. They already don't know the answer. So when you respond as truthful as possible. Every time where we've had problems is when the responses that comes from yourselves are not accurate and they have the answers. Now you start having a problem. So I'm pleading with yourselves that let's be as honest as possible. We're going to have an interactive session. So they ask one question, you respond. They are not happy, they follow up immediately. They are happy, they move to the next question. So that by the time they are done, we all live here very nicely. Principal, we really thank you for welcoming us. It's just that your choir today did not wear the uniform we asked them to wear. They were wearing pink, and pink was for yesterday, or was it the day before? Day before. Yeah, day before. So they were supposed to wear brown or black today. I want to mostly appear black and white. So, yeah, the team is a call pirates. So we're hoping that they will get the memo. But on a serious note, we were happy. We will hopefully, when we're done, go through one or two labs or workshops just to look at the core business of why do we have TVET colleges. Is it done right? Because we don't always want to be in rooms like this where we only concentrate on negative things. We want to concentrate on helping you as a key stakeholder in the life of a TVET college. Concentrate on helping you to magnify the core business of skilling our people. So from here, we'll also get to that point. Member Maseko, I'm going to give you now. We do have 20
Thank you.
minutes. Sure.
Thank you very much, Chair, and again for the presenters. Thank you very much for sharing with us. My questions are just going to be direct, and then they will just want the direct answer. As you know, we do have the time allocated. So the first question, maybe Principal, if you can share with us the percentage of the threshold for your salaries from the budget, your wage bill. What is your percentage?
I'm not too sure about the percentage, but I know how much it is. It's 157, but in terms of the percentage, I can check on it.
Is it CFO?
Yes.
Okay, CFO. What's the percentage?
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't have the percentage, but we estimated projected savings of 4 million where we applied for additional posts. So we had I think it was 60% or something, but we did project savings. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm pausing your time. So the reason why she's asking this is because the TVET has got an act that says you can't go beyond 63% or what. So it comes from that angle. So she's asking this so that she's able to then say, why do you have, if you are below the 63%, why do you have this vacancy? So that's where she comes from. So let's try and at least try and understand where the question comes from. So who's going, DG, the DG? Yeah.
No, through you, Chair. Maluti is currently sitting at 59.5%, Honorable Maseko, with a projected COE saving of about 16.4 million.
Okay. Principal, you can continue. You hear the chairperson automatically told you what question is going to come after that.
Yes, no, thanks very much. In terms of appointing on the Persal, there was this moratorium. I think also in my presentation, I highlighted to that. And subsequent to that, we made a submission to the minister to allow us to appoint further on the post, especially posts like the supply chain, and then posts like facility management, ASD, student support services.
Okay, you don't have to continue on that one. So the next question will be so the understanding was there is a level 11 from the department and then the level 9, and the union, they talked about the support staff. The moratorium was including the support staff within the college also, was all positions?
It was more on the support staff, but when it comes to the lecturers, the PLs, except for ASDs, but when it comes to the support staff, salary level 5, 7, 8, we are not appointing.
Okay, and then for the lectures, also the moratorium was saying you mustn't appoint the lecturers.
We were appointing lecturers. I think in my presentation I said for 2024-25 we appointed 12. So lecturers we are appointing.
Was there enough lecturers? Because I'm going with what the students, maybe taking you to the basic. What is your core business of the college?
It's teaching and learning.
Okay, so the SRC say there is a shortage of the lecturers. Do you agree with him?
I agree at the beginning of the year. I don't know whether should I elaborate.
So the beginning of the year, that means you anticipated that the last year, for the beginning of the year, you might run short of the lectures, or it just happened just like that?
It was lecturers that resigned November, December. So for the recruitment process, it will take time. So
So there was no notice?
I'll make an example. One resigned on the 15th of December.
There was no notice?
There is a notice of a month.
So resigned the 15th of December, notice until 15 January.
No, it was backwards. I think it was the 15th of November, but I have to check on that.
Okay, Matlodi comes and say, I'm going to resign, my last date will be the 15th, and then there's 2025 coming. What do you do in those circumstances? Remember, the core business is the students is lecturing. What do you do?
We will advertise, but also what we do, we then, some of the classes, then we combine the classes, and then we had a class which had about 49 students in one classroom up until the appointment is done.
Okay. Shortage of the tables and the chairs. What is the issue with that?
It comes to my attention for the first time. I will investigate on that one.
Who's responsible for that?
Tables and chairs, it will be the DPC facilities.
So in your presentation, the readiness is saying everything is perfect. That means you didn't go around before you do presentation to us. If you say it's the first time that you find out about it.
What happened, I think in terms of our enrollment, you are sure of the student that you are taking for the first time. The students that are coming back, you will not be 100% sure how many of them will be. So that on its own, you may find that they exceed what the number that you expected. In terms of my presentation on the enrollments, perhaps you would have realized that we've got more enrollments, which in the main, we are more able to control the students that are coming for the first time. But the students that are coming back after the examinations, so there we're not sure up until the results are released.
Is it the unique circumstances? Is it the unique happening for this year? Or all the years that was happening?
It does.
It's happening all the time?
Yes.
And then what were you doing before in preparation? Because you know already that this might happen?
As it happens, then we check which campus is mostly affected.
How long does it take for you to put measures in place to attend to that?
Let me take, like this campus is one of the campuses which had shortages. So by February, then we're able to appoint.
Remember when you started to answer me, you said you were not aware it's the first time. And you are taking me back now, you're saying that like here you know it's happening and this happens. So let's start again. How long, answer my question, because now you end up saying things that now you take me back. I'm saying that how long does it take to put measures in place when the circumstances is like this?
Let me be honest, I was responding to the issue of the lecturers. Let me get to the one of the tables, because now they were more of, in my mind, they were still the same thing. But then once we are aware, then we start with the process of procurement, and it should not take long before we say in the 2 to 3 weeks, then it should be done with the procurement process.
Okay, so who has to procure those things? Because I'm just imagining that your core business is teaching lecturers, and that means the kids have to squat in my head, and then you say you can do that in 2 weeks to 3 weeks. And there's a person that is responsible for that is not doing that to an extent that it can be a presentation from the SRC for the members of parliament. And your core business is those same students. So I'm trying to make sense of how you will be able to do beautiful things in the institutions, but the smaller things that you're supposed to attend to have not so perfect, but the system that is working for the students gets to be neglected. That is why I don't understand why do you sometimes shoot yourselves on the legs and go for the Olympics? Doesn't make sense to me. Share with us the issue of the Wi-Fi procurement. What are the challenges there? The union has talked to that.
The Wi-Fi that we had, it was a spot Wi-Fi. So at the moment, we are extending the Wi-Fi in all the campuses. So it is something that will be sorted out very soon. We make sure that at all the campus, the Wi-Fi is accessible. But at the time, it was a spot Wi-Fi.
You did spend 5 million for that Wi-Fi? 5 million plus for it to be improved?
For the Wi-Fi, yes, to improve it, we have budgeted, I said 5 point.
When was it that? When did you start to try to improve that?
I'm aware I was at one campus where it was already, the contractor was already working on it.
Okay, the contract, when did it get to start to be implemented?
Can I just check with the CFO?
CFO, when was it?
To be direct, Chairperson, the 5 million is for the contractor that's on site now.
Okay.
Yes.
When is now?
As in 3 weeks ago, they started with implementation of the extension.
Before, what was it that happened?
It was the Wi-Fi that the unions are raising to say it's insufficient. So the service provider that's on site now is addressing the issues raised by the labor union.
Before, how much did you spend for it?
I will have to check, Chair. But it was not a huge project. It was just Wi-Fi, which would not cover the whole. So the service provider that we have now is to improve. That's why it went on a tender, so that it covers the whole campuses, Chair.
Okay, the rollout will be until when?
We're expecting the rollout to take maximum 3 months, Chair.
Okay. The union, before the union, the syllabus challenges, Principal, that the SRC talked about, do you know about that?
I'm not aware of the syllabus challenges.
Okay, SRC, take him to give him a synopsis of what's happening that you mentioned the syllabus so that he can be aware.
Concerning the issue of the syllabus, we are talking about the students who are doing trimester right now. We're talking with them and they say that their syllabus is not yet covered because of the short period of time that they have been given.
Okay, continue.
Okay. It is at Bonamelo campus.
Example, what course?
Itemwelling campus. Itemwelling campus, sorry. It is at Itemwelling campus. They are doing, it is engineering students.
Principal, are you aware? No, about that? Who's responsible for that?
Thank you. What I know is that at the beginning of the trimester, the students took time to register. However, there were...
Sorry, explain to me when you say took time, because registering starts from a certain time to a certain time.
Yes.
When you say took time, we then align it with your plannings of rolling out that syllabus.
Yes, according to the management plan of DHET, all classes were supposed to start on the 13th of January. Okay. But then, some of the results were released late, and in the meantime, there were those students who then struggled with funding. Some of them were beneficiaries of NSFAS, and once they fail and do not progress to the next level, then they need to source funding for themselves. And some of them was that group of students. So, however, whenever there's something that causes a deviation in the implementation of the management plan, Then campuses will then submit a request to deviate as well as submit management plan to say, how are they going to take care of the business that was not done because of the challenges that they experienced.
Okay, so you should change the syllabus when you try to do that.
Actually, they will tell us that they will conduct extra classes and come up with other strategies. That's
And
to
what
make sure
is
that-
your experience when the lectures, they tell you they are going to do extra classes? What is your experience? Is that happening or not?
I'm expecting a report from the campus manager, ne? Because the campus manager has to monitor the implementation of that management plan.
And then what is your responsibility, ma'am? If I may ask, I'm sorry about that. I can
Okay,
capture
I'm
that.
the acting deputy principal academic. So my responsibility is to make sure that by the time the students write, indeed, they are ready for
Okay, so your
examination.
responsibility is to monitor the area managers so that they can give you the reports to check their academics if they're running well.
Very true.
That's very interesting. Okay, thank you very much. I think maybe the last one from me, it will be the release of the examination results. Mr. Zung, this is coming again and again. You need to be a miracle worker here because it's really troublesome for the students and it's shortchanging their academic progress if that is going to be the case, because now the whole ecosystem gets compromised, which it's at the end affect the students. So if maybe when you interact with the TVET also, it can be one of the things that you have to see the human capital within the examinations and the certification. How can you become innovative? How can you be innovative enough for that to happen as a belief?
Yes, Honorable Masego, I can also report to the House that our Minister has met with the Minister of Basic Education because the quality assurer is Umalusi that service main the basic education. So you would have seen that also universities are complaining about the same issue. Regardless of our own internal issues, Honorable Masego, where you find that ISAT marks were not submitted on time, therefore we've got to do mop-up, and we can only do mop-up after the first batch has been released, and that causes delays as well. So we already have our NEA team, the National Examination Assessment Team, that has gone to each and every region to try and train and capacitate our TVET officials so that we are not found wanting when we have to release the results and we find that the ISAT marks of the students were not routed to the department for certification. So we are addressing those matters, but we hope that the meeting between the two ministries is going to assist, because we used to get results around December, and now we've got to wait until January. And with us, it's even worse with the engineering students, because we have a trimester and it's very short. By the time we get the results, they have to be in class. So those are matters that we hope will be addressed, Honorable Maseko.
Okay, thank you. I think that has to be attended. NASFAS, we had an engagement in the beginning of the year, and we were made to understand that for the students that are on NASFAS, you were going to send a certain amount, especially for the SASA students, to the colleges so that they can do the registrations and they don't get to be delayed. Why is that different from that? Because it was a sort of a measure of making sure the registration, by the time you receive data, the students are covered. Why it didn't happen? Is it different when coming to some of the institutions?
Thank you, Honorable, for that question. Is this relating to results or specifically to?
No, this challenge of the results has been going on year to year. So we were made to believe that because that has been identified as a problem to the past years, then NASFAS will give the money into the institutions before they receive the data, so that the registration, as it happens, the student can start to attend without them having to stop the kids for the for them to start the classes because the funding is not there.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. So it's quite different when it comes to results. Remember, when we speak of SASSA, we are talking about F10s, the students that are coming into the NSFAS system for the first time. So when we do validation for those ones, we do financial validation, not necessarily.
No, sorry, before you continue, I'm not talking only for that. So our understanding was that there is going to be a pool of money that gets to be, let's say 10 million, it will go to Maluti, Apofu. Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to
Okay.
that. So I'm saying for continuing students, in as much as we would give money to Maluti, they still cannot make payments for continuing students because we need to know that the person we are funding has progress. So we still need the results from TVET. In as much as we would give upfront payment, so upfront payment, they would disperse for the F10, the new students that we are waiting for financial eligibility, but for the continuing students that rely on results have to be there before the college can even make payment for that student. So in as much as we would make upfront payment, continuing students will have to wait for results to come out before a payment is made for them.
For this college, you don't have any defunded or appeals?
We do have, I believe.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that because what you are saying, I do understand. But you do have other kids that now are being shortchanged because of being defunded, or that there is appeals that are still pending and they have to attend the classes. And also, we will anyway interact with the board now, because that is another thing that is really shortchanging the students. Chair, thank you very much.
I was asking if the sound was there. Honorable Khakha, please give Honorable Law. Yeah. There's a point there that DDG, that Honorable Maseko spoke about on the examinations. What we will do, who prints them for you? Is it CETA? Is it CETA printing their certification? Okay. So members, now when we do the second quarter program, we'll bring Umalusi, we'll bring CETA to come and explain to us why do we have TVET college students who don't have queries on their examinations of 2024 November, in March, that they don't have certificates. Sometimes I know the DG, it's not necessarily your problem, but unfortunately this is your sector. But we must also speak to the people who are responsible for this thing. So when we do a program, members will bring them. Umalus, I had already spoken after our meeting at Moteo. I called the CEO there, and at the phone I told him, we need you to open your calendar as soon as we get the parliamentary program. We'll do our own program and then we'll send it to yourselves as the department, so that we get a sense of why do we have a problem here. So you see that there's Zungu, I'm taking you out of the problem, you see. So tomorrow don't say we are always attacking, you are also defending you. Honorable Law. Honorable Maseko, I had pointed Honorable Law because he indicated that he does have a radio interview to do right now. So immediately after, we'll come back to you. So thanks. Honorable Law.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the presentations from the union management and the SRC. I think what becomes critical is the issue of the vacancies. And I think we should close that issue, Honorable Mr. Zungu, so that we are able to address that issue. You understand why I'm calling you Honorable Mr. Zungu? No, Chair, we have got our own engagement with Honorable Mr. Zungu. I see that on a later note, on part of the academic subjects, you have declined on engineering. And I would rather want to understand what informs the decline on engineering, because on 2023 you were at 74, now 2024 you are at 69%. And I feel that it is one of the critical subjects that we would need to advance and enhance to respond to the issues that we need in the country. We need more engineers so that they are able to assist the country in building our innovative and research, our internal capacities. So why have you declined, and what have you done to mitigate the decline? Is it through the dropouts, or is it issues of failure? I would want to understand.
No, thanks very much for the question, and can I request the DPA to respond to that? But I must also say that we had a session with all the campuses to then come up with the strategy to improve the results and tell us what went wrong. So if you allow me, let me request the DPA to respond.
Thank you very much. As the principal has indicated, indeed, after we receive results, we do analyze them. And then we have an event where we talk about the results. One of the issues that was raised by the campus involved or affected is the fact that we are in the process of phasing out N1 to N3. And currently, actually we started phasing out N1 from last year. So we are currently teaching out N2. And we have registered the last cohort of N3s. So the reason that was cited is that the students who were enrolled in N2 did not have the background of N1 because N1 has been phased out. And that somehow affected the performance. However, the campus has already presented a turnaround strategy to say what is it that they are going to do in order to address this serious challenge. So that going forward, the performance, irrespective of whether students did not do N1 or N2, but as we accepted them maybe in N4, because we will be phasing out N1 to N3 by the end of the year. So that when we take the students who are fresh from the school, some of them did not even do technical subjects, but they should get the necessary support so that they are assisted to have a firm background, maybe before they continue.
No,
with
thank
their
you.
studies.
Thanks. What is your relationship with your feeder schools, your high schools that are next to the college? How do you often engage them? And then what are your initiatives, and how do you assist them in making sure that they understand that what is the college observing? How often do you meet with them, your feeder schools, and how many do we have?
We have got the marketing unit of the college that is responsible to go out to the feeder schools. We even have open days where the students will be taken to the college, especially the engineering campuses, where they will then be given the information regarding what is expected and what the courses entail. We do have a lot of them, but with regard to technical schools, we have got only one in the area. But the majority of the students will be students who are coming from schools that are doing maths and science, not necessarily having the background of the technical subjects. So they are also welcome to come in and study at the college. And in the past, really, they would start at N1 level and move. Now that N1 to N3 is being phased out, it means they will start at a higher level, but there's something that needs to be done in order to make sure that they are prepared for their journey as engineering students.
Okay, I'm asking this based on the fact that your relationship or the feeder schools, you should immediately inform them on what you are doing or what you are facing out so that they come prepared, so that you can see to it that they come prepared as they want to study engineer. But I'm fine with the response. I want to check, in the presentation, there's a need to review of PPN implementation that indicates that the current practices may not be meeting the institution's needs effectively. Can you elaborate on the review process of the PPN implementation and the criteria that will guide decisions regarding permanent employment?
I think that one is not my field.
No, it's not yours. Now you were just holding the mic, waiting for yours.
Let me request the DPC to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, that is okay.
Thank you, Portfolio Committee members. I think that submission came from the presentation of Labour, wherein they were recommending a review. What is actually happening now is PPN had 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, that expired in 2020. So the recommendation is informed by the fact that as we stand as the sector, we do not have clarity on a way forward. Was it a project that had come to an end date, and how do we proceed? I think that is how that issue was raised by the labor movement. As we've indicated, it's also included in the presentation of the principal. When we talk PPN, we have a currency, we got 123 vacancies that we could not fill. But we've since learned that we have a savings of 16 million, which is something that we pursue because we had submitted a list of staff for migration, and we did not get any feedback around that. Yes, thank you.
I'm asking this mainly because you have highlighted that you've got vacancies, and you also highlighted that you've got savings. What are you saving when you've got shortages and you are so bold that you are telling us the numbers? What are you saving for disaster, or you told that maybe we need to build an ark, there's going to be a flooding? Because immediately when you save, or immediately when you ensure that you've got crises or shortages, you should make sure that you engage on your savings and cover teaching and learning. Because my observation is that the colleges, you prefer projects and issues of making sure that you put money somewhere, but you don't put issues where you must change the attitude of teaching and learning. I'm saying all of this because for the fact that we want to give TVETs, or want to change the standard of TVETs, and want to make TVETs our entry in making sure that the economy is going to be changed of the country. We will have to sit down and really review what can help us change the TVET, and not always follow compliance and malicious register ticking or checklist. Because as you save, you must save based on the fact that you are covered on the other side, where it's requiring you to do your work. So I'm saying all of these so that you are must be able to go and re-strategize and reprioritize as to what are your issues. Remember, management is required to think at high level as to how do they close the gaps that are taking place in the college. And if the gaps are beyond your control, is when we can say, how do we therefore get into through the Department of Higher Education, ourselves, and many other people to intervene to assist. But if there's money, if there are adequate, sufficient resources to respond to the challenges that are facing the college, and for you to deal with your day-to-day running, you should be able to do so without any hesitation. So when look on to the savings and check, are you not saving for people to come and loot their money? Because you might be saving and the money will be looted for no reason, where the money could have done something better or dealt with that. So I think you will go and look for that. There was an issue from the SRC on the late arrival of the PPE. And then I want to check, is it true that the PPEs are arriving late at workshops? which creates a gap and that could affect the safety of students and learning of the students. I've asked to why have we dropped to engineering, I don't know if to do practical, and the SRC saying the PPEs are not also arriving in time. What have you done to improve the ordering and distribution of PPE to ensure that it is available on time? And when do you order these PPEs? Do you order them during the year or you order them for another year? What is the process?
I'll request CFO to respond to that. But the issue of the PPE, where we normally have a challenge, is the sizes, because you will not be sure about the sizes. That one on its own, you can only be able to get a certain number, but then you might find that when the students have enrolled all of them, you've got a number of them who will need certain sizes and so forth. But let me request the CFO to come to it.
Honorable member, is it textbooks or PPE?
PPE, safe. PPE. I'm coming to textbooks. Yeah.
Thanks. The plans that we have with the PPE, it's the planning that we are working on, Chair. So as the principal has correctly indicated that the issue is the sizes. So what we are looking at having a framework agreement where we can go out and issue a tender to a supplier for a period of 3 years with regards to the PPE. And then we'll have the quantities, everything, and then when the students enroll, the turnaround time, because what we're currently doing now, Chair, we are waiting for the students to enroll. Then after the students have enrolled, and that's when we are procuring the PPE. Now we can see administratively that's becoming a delay. So on our side, in terms of our administration, we need to improve that process so that we're able to have a standing agreement with the supplier through a transparent process. Then once the student enroll, it's not a matter now of going out to the market, but we just issue the successful bidder the required sizes. I think it's the lead times which will definitely improve. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, President, is it true that PPEs are delayed by sizes?
Yes, and I believe some of them it is because of new students. Concerning the issue of the new students, they didn't tell us about the sizes, but they told us about the sizes. Others, they told us indeed about the sizes. But new students, they just said that new students don't have PPEs, late arrival of the PPEs.
I don't know. Sizes. Who's the sizes? Is it for new students or who's struggling? Is it new students and old students? Old students. New. The president is saying, President, you are saying?
New and old. I'm talking about
system for textbooks. What alternatives such as digital resources might be exploited? And do we have a policy retaining, do we have a policy for retaining of textbooks? And how do you effectively utilize it? And then how does it work? Because you should borrow the parents the textbook and then they should bring it back. How do you deal with such? CFO, so that as part of the strategy to make sure that you don't just buy textbook.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We do not have a retrieval policy. We don't retrieve, can I say, we don't retrieve textbooks from the students. We believe that the textbook is a resource that the student must use even after their academic studies. So the textbooks are issued to students for them to keep. Okay, on the issue of students not receiving textbooks, Chair, that's a purely administrative matter. As at year-end, Chairperson, I physically went and counted the books myself. In my financials, I have 10 million rands worth of books that are on site. I zoomed in, it's our planning that we need to improve. So we are buying the wrong type of a book and it's impacting.
CFO, worry. Blessing, aware. Hello, plane, hello, it's all like a textbook wrong. Our real CFO, you open the cash because they got a one cracker.
That's what was the Chair. I'm being transparent and honest to the committee, and this is an issue that internally as management we zoomed in because by the mere fact that the CFO of the college went and counted books was to address the issues of the SRC. So we are aware because at a financial level, Chair, on my side as the CFO of the college, I've made the necessary financial resources available. But I'm still receiving the challenges on the ground that students are not receiving their learning material. Hence, I'm saying, Chair, that in the investigation that I performed by physically going to count the books, I'm now discovering that no, I went now to the, when we order, now I'm looking internally, what we are doing, Chair, which will improve because, Chairperson, I'm being accountable to say this is where the issue is, it's administrative, it's not financial. When we order the books, we are not ordering, I believe, the books in terms of the numbers, our projections are way off. We need, Chairperson, to improve on our projections. Once we improve on the projections, then students will be able to get the books. And then can I also respond on the issue of the AG, Chairperson? With the textbooks, AG gave us a huge finding around that we cannot account for each book, each student. So our internal controls did not trace the intended beneficiary. So with taxpayers' money, we have to account that each one book went to student so-and-so. So as part of to improve those controls, Chair, we had to now implement an inventory management system so that we can be able to track 10 books were bought, 10 books have been distributed to X amount of students. So administratively, the challenges was that, Chair, the students were just signing, but we didn't record. So, but now to end, these systems were implemented in January 2025. We expect the process to improve. It's one of the weaknesses as a college that we acknowledge that we have, which we will improve. Thank you, Chair.
Hold on a bit. So you are saying that there's confirm. I've paused your time. So 2 minutes 32 seconds. Yeah. You have found that you have, or there's proof that you have used these public funds to buy wrong books. Am I hearing you correct? Get the mic.
It's not the wrong book, President, wrong. It's just we bought more, we bought 10 instead of buying 8. But we will use the books in the country. But now on the impact of the Chair on the ground is that if we have on stock.
There's a button that must be pressed.
Sorry, Chair.
Start afresh, yeah.
I will start afresh. So it's It's not that we bought the wrong book, it's the right book, but too much quantity.
Okay.
And too less quantity. But the impact of that on the ground, the Chair, is directly what the SRC is raising. So we have to improve our administration there in terms of our estimates and planning. Thank you, Chairperson.
And who was responsible for buying too much of one subject and too less of the other subject?
I will take a joint responsibility, Chairperson, as I will say to the college, all of us as a college. That is why, Chair, we are remedying the matter. As a member of management was even dispatched to do the manual work of physical accounting. So that's a weakness, Chair, that we acknowledge and we have. We can we can account to honorable members that we will definitely improve, Chairperson, in that area.
So there's no consequence management when the social impact of that decision would have affected a number of students who can't or who will struggle in an academic year because they don't have this mathematics textbook. They must now borrow or rely on borrowing from a friend. You are saying to us that social impact of this decision is not consequential because you are taking collective responsibility.
I wouldn't put it that way, Chair. The issue would be systemic. There was no systems in place, which we are correctly implementing by the implementation of the library system that we've implemented in January 2025. So the issue was we do not have the technology, if I were to say, Chairperson, to mitigate that issue. But however, by the fact that at a management level, it's one of the areas we've zoomed in, and we correctly acknowledge, we can say, Chair, we'll definitely improve in that area. Chairperson.
So the AG, this is the first time the AG in the 23 financial year where the AG raises an issue of your inventory list and deficiencies in your internal controls. That was the first time.
Yes, Chairperson, it was the first time. If I can just brief the Chairperson. So previously, in terms of GRAP, Chairperson, there's something called a matching principle. So your expense must be matched to the revenue. Yeah? So previously, how AG was looking at it is that the expense for the textbooks was matched to the subsidy revenue. Then the issue came that says, CFO, the textbooks that were delivered in December, because at that time, Chairperson, we were ordering stocks in December. And then AG was saying, but no, CFO, the revenue for these textbooks is for the students that will enroll in the following academic year. So that one finding unraveled a lot of issues around expenditure, because now we had to now account for, if we bought 10 books, we must have 10 signatures. So all that whole finding, Chair, needed that now we need to step back and then we need to implement improved controls so that we can be able to account on the textbooks. So that was the issue, Chair, around the textbooks. We can safely say that it's teething issues of AG. As it progresses, to the extent that we averted even a qualification around that area. So I can safely say, Chairperson, that it's under control. The new systems we are implementing will improve the accounting, and once the accounting improves, service delivery will also improve. Thank you, Chairperson.
And you're saying the financial stability of the college is healthy?
Very, very healthy, Chairperson. That is why I even made a comment that is saying, Chair, the issue of textbooks is not a money problem. So that is why we had to physically to understand the systemic issue in terms of administration. So that, because at the side of students will come to the CFO and say, CFO, we want more books. But on my side, I believe I'm spending enough on books. What's the issue? Only to find that's where the issue is now. Chairperson, I will be implementing internal controls where will have monthly stock counts, the whole internal control process that deals with inventory. Once that is resolved, the fruits will be felt by the students and the community at large. Thank you, Chairperson.
So because it's healthy, we don't need any grant for us to have student accommodation in our campuses because our financial situation is healthy. And I'm coming to you.
Chair, I'm a rural college, Chair.
Sorry?
I'm a rural TVET college, Chairperson. I need as much funding as possible so that I can be at that level. As much as we're trying, but as a rural college, we can never say we don't need funding. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
However, with what we have, we're doing very well in managing it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you see, that's where the problem is. DDG. A decision not to implement a retrieval policy on LTSM, it doesn't make sense. Because the CFO says their financial situation is so stable that every year we can spend 10 million rands buying the same books. Whereas we can take 2 million to replace those books that would not be in a better condition every year. And take the 8 million to improve our situation. So the policies that we have don't make sense. They behave as if we are a first world country. We're not. They behave as if we've got big pockets in the fiscals in this country. I mean, the Minister of Finance on the 12th of March delivered the budget speech in this country. I'm not sure if our colleagues have looked at that. In real terms, our sector, the higher education, has not received an increase in real terms. If you remove the normal adjustments. But how the sector is behaving, CFO, is worrying. We must use the small resources that we have maximally. And your policies and even how we want to articulate them, it's as if we don't know. We are detached from this reality that we're in trouble. In 2 years, 3 years, when your budget, as Masok was asking, has moved from 59 to 63, you'll then realize that you won't be able to pay off your workers with the funds that you are having from your council appointees. That's when you start realizing that for the past 4 or 5 years, you could have saved 60 million. But because your policy is, does not look at long term, it creates a problem. So I intervened, I stopped Honorable Law because I felt you are not understanding the bigger picture of this problem. You may not see it today, but it will affect you tomorrow. But maybe tomorrow when a CFO you would have received an offer somewhere, you'll be in Nambi to TVET. You would have left. And the problem that is created today, Rona will blame the CFO of that time. Arzameng, let's try. DDG wants to respond to something, and I saw the chair of council as well wanted to, and then I'll start your minutes there.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I think you're raising a very important point. Indeed, issues of financial constraints in the sector, and where we could possibly make some savings, we should. But I think that debate on book retention, we do need to engage the very same student leaders, because I think Tiwoko was a leader at the time of the students through Savetsa. And the pushback from the students was that I enroll as Tiwoko in 2025 and I need my fresh textbook. I don't want to use a textbook that was used by Sotetsi the previous year. And we entered into that debate. And, and I think they then got that pushback to say, I'm entitled because I'm allocated. And I think we need to have that fair engagement with student leaders as well. But also, Chair, the migration and the introduction of the e-books, because if we are now issuing laptops for students and so forth, we should probably migrate, and I think we'll make quite a huge amount of savings if we can migrate to e-books, for instance. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. We must engage with Safetsa. Many of them, they went to our schools where we went. I used my matric textbook that would have been used by 5 other people. So let's have a discussion with them. We're not afraid to engage our people. We will engage Safetsa. About this time, they'll be on the right side, engaging their former people there. Honorable Law?
No, thanks, Chair. I would have asked this about textbooks because at Moteo, you would realize, you will recall, Chair, that through their policy, they could have saved 1 million through the retrieval of policies, so that they were able to know that they safeguard. I'm saying all of this because if the AG has been raising concerns on your internal controls, and I'm raising the textbooks issue specifically because the CFO, with this response, I was not content or happy about it. And academics director, I was thinking you are going to take a bite because it is close to you also. Because the CFO would align what you bring as your presentation based on budget and make sure that there's sufficient money that is going to be availed with regard to the textbook. So go and look on your internal controls, look on to the Moteo issue and how you get to the policy so that you're able to speak about it. Because we can give e-books to the laptops, we'll still have issues to account for the laptops and account as to where, because I can tell you already in basic education, the tablets are all over. Tablets maroon all over, and the department is spending more money. So we should look on to the internal controls, and then we're able to understand how we're going to keep them away. The last question on my 2 minutes, the absence of ramps and sufficient disability toilets poses significant barriers to admit students with disability. What specific timeline and resources will be allocated to improve the accessibility on campuses for the disabled students? Because of it becomes imperative that we do not discriminate against any other students, and we make sure that our schools are user-friendly for each and every learner, also from any different background. So what are your plans to make sure that you accommodate them, and what are you intending to do with that? Because I think the SRC highlighted and raised an issue on it. And I want to check, do we have a gender-based violence policy, or do we have any other cases reported in the previous years, and how have we handled them in terms of that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You are taking this one. Yeah, that's good.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. With regards to universal access, the question was the timeline. We expect to start with Bethlehem campus by the end of this financial year. As an overall college strategy around universal access, we've done a professional assessment of all the ablution facilities of the college. The professionals have given us an estimate of 10 million rands. We regard the issue of sanitation and ablutions as a human rights issue that requires immediate attention. Over a period of the next 3 years, since we have now the estimates, we'll be starting in improving. The first campus that is earmarked is this campus for universal access ramps. I will thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khakao. Oh, gender base. Kimang, okay.
I'll respond, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. Thanks, Chair. We do have a policy on gender-based violence. The policy was submitted in the last, I believe, council meeting. It just needs to be endorsed. The follow-up question might be, if the policy is not there, what is being used in the interim? We have a sexual harassment policy. Thank you, Chairperson. We're expecting the gender-based violence policy within the course of this year to be approved. Oh, today, the council meeting is today. Oh, yes. The evening, Chair. The council meeting is this evening. The gender-based violence policy will be approved. So it has been approved by the subcommittee of council. Today it's going to be approved by the full council. It is after.
Oh, you know that the council will approve.
I'm hopeful, Chair.
Okay. And then your sexual harassment policy is in line with the departmental framework standards.
Yes, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, thanks. Honorable Khakha. Santo Presenyana somewhere.
Oh, you didn't, all right. Thank you, Chairperson. Council Patel, you are expected to appear in court on Monday, the 31st of March, with regards to the 3.6 million corruption and fraud charges at the University of First Hair that you're facing. Is this still true? Are you still appearing in court on Monday?
Is it on? Yes. There has been discussions between my legal team and the prosecution team. So at this point in moment, I think I'll reserve it till after Monday. There has been discussions.
Okay. I asked such a simple question. So are you still appearing, are you not?
We are not too sure for now. I'm sitting
Okay,
here.
so you'll only know after Monday.
I'll only know
But
after.
pretty much the NPA hasn't decided to drop charges against you.
I believe so, ma'am.
They're still pursuing their case.
As I said, there is discussion between the two legal teams.
All right. So you were the CEO of Mersita, am I correct?
I was.
Yes, I said was. You were.
Yes.
CEO of Mersita. You were also CEO of the, I think it's chemical industry SETA.
Yes, it did.
You were at the University of Fort Hare.
No.
Was at the University of Free State.
Ma'am, can I just give the clarity?
Yes.
I've been employed as an educationist, a director of education, chief director of education, and thereafter I became the CEO of Chemical SETA and then MERS-SETA.
Okay.
I've been in business before and I'm a business person at this point in time.
How?
I was not employed by any university.
Yes, you were just, yes.
As a council member of UWC.
Yes, thank you. I needed that response. So how long have you been the council chair of Maluti?
In the past term, yes, I was the chair.
How long is the term?
My term was 4 years.
4 years. So this is your second term?
Yes, this is my second term.
Okay.
In terms of King, it's advisable to only serve 2 terms on a
No,
board.
it's fine. You don't need to educate me on that. I just want to, it's also, I don't want to cut you, haubua, because I only have 20 minutes. So if I nod and I pause you, please pause. That means I've heard what I wanted to hear from you.
Noted.
Why did you leave Mersita?
My term came to an end. It was in 2018. My contract was up to September 2018. I'd already served 12 years as CEO at MERSITA.
Then why did you leave the chemical industry SETA?
I left the chemical SETA. I was with the chemical SETA from 2003 to 2006 when I was asked to join the MERSITA because it was into problems.
Okay, so you moved from chemicals and then MERSITA found you attractive and then you were there with them for 12 years.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Now, before we move there, Chairperson of Council, No, I've already posted. Okay. When you left in 2018 at Merisita, you were suspended. Is that true?
No.
Okay. Continue.
Thank you, Chair. DDG Zungu. When do you take a decision as the department to suspend anybody that works within the sector? Under which circumstances do you take a decision?
The suspension of any council member will be subjected to probably an investigation report that would have been provided so that we can then make a recommendation to the Minister for consideration.
So if the President of the Republic of South Africa issues a SIU green light for an investigation, and in the middle of that SIU investigation, one of the people who serve within your branch is implicated, is charged, and is a subject of a criminal investigation, are you of the opinion that that person should be suspended?
Personal opinion?
Your opinion as the DDG?
I can't provide my personal opinion, but rather
I didn't
legal
ask
opinion.
that is oh, you go pause. This is where you never want to answer questions that I ask you. I'm asking that I never asked for your personal opinion. I'm asking you, we're here at work, we're not at a social club. So everything that you respond to has everything to do with your title as DDG. Equally, I expect you to respond like that. Let's try again. If the President of the Republic of South Africa gives a green light for an SIU, and one of the people that serve within the branch has been charged and is subject of the investigation that is currently happening, are you as DDG of the opinion that that person should be suspended?
Yes.
Why isn't Dr. Patel not suspended?
I don't have the powers to suspend.
Who has the power to suspend him?
Council members are appointed by a minister, and as such, a legal opinion has been sourced so that we can be able to make a submission to the Minister for consideration.
When did you source legal opinion?
I will check with Mr. Msipa that deals with those matters.
Dr. Msipa, I have 13 minutes. I'm happy to rest after this one conversation, so I have time. When did you source the legal opinion?
The legal opinion has been sourced upon us getting that information, and we have not received it yet.
When was it sourced is my question. When is, today, 27th of March 2025. It is a Thursday and the time is 12 o'clock or pick up. That's what I expect. I'm going to give you time to respond and come there. So, but you're saying you haven't received a legal opinion. You haven't yet.
Yes.
What is the turnaround time of a legal opinion if you ask it? Because I know in my political party, when I send a message to the lawyers that represent the party, I should have a legal opinion by the end of the day.
Yeah, your political party owns those lawyers.
No. Equally, the department pays for the lawyers that they seek legal opinion for. So that thing is not flying.
We've got a timeline of about 14 days.
Okay. So did you seek it in March, February, January, December? Estimation?
No,
honestly,
it's
with
now,
God's will.
It's now in March.
Now in March?
Yeah.
And you're saying this with your chest? Yes. Okay. So, if you did it now in March, today is the 27th, are you saying by the 1st of April, because you would have had 4 weeks, which is 28 times 2, 14 times 2, which is 28 days. By the 1st of April, you would be able to give, 1st of April, which is Tuesday, you will be able to, not in an April Fool's Day spirit, be able to communicate clearly what the legal advice says.
Yes, if we obtain it.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's assist Mr. Msipa. Don't, by law, when we get a legal opinion, what are the, I've posted your time on hold. What are the steps that we're supposed to take?
Once we've obtained the legal opinion, we then prepare a submission with recommendations based on the legal opinion for the minister's consideration.
Yeah, so it means you guys must then consider the legal opinion.
Yes.
And then prepare submission.
That's correct.
So can you, is it legal? Are you able to share it with us before you take it to your accounting authority? What is the legal? You can't. That's what I thought. So when you agree, when she says, on the 2nd of April, let's say you get it tomorrow, you can share it with us. It's your responsibility to indicate, or legally, I can't share it with you before it has been ventilated. And I'll tell you why I'm saying this. There's a case of DUT where there's a forensic report that was paid for by council. We have asked for them to give it to us. Legally, they did indicate they can't, because it's something that it has been sourced by council. Council must ventilate on it, agree or disagree with the parts of it. Then there's a part where they are now, where they are taking it to court. We had to shift them, we had to schedule them for the 5th of March. We had to remove them from our own roster, because we then asked for our own legal advice on their own legal opinion, which the legal advice we got was that's not the process. So we also have a responsibility not to create an impression that will be able to do X, Y, and Z. Then when you don't do it, it will be like you are misleading this particular member. So go look at a proper time frame where we can, and we'll make recommendations on what we think must happen. But legally, let's not create a legal problem for ourselves.
Noted, Chairperson.
Yeah, Honorable Khakham.
So I see you were scrolling on your laptop. Do you now have the date of when you sourced?
The date would have been the Tuesday, the 18th of March.
Tuesday, the 18th of March. So that means tomorrow will be 10 days since. So you are honestly not in a position in the 1st of April to be able to make the communication. So, what's that sometimes? And the reason why I say this is because I think this is an important, because the conversation we're having is a very important conversation. And it is always incumbent on people to have their facts straight when they respond, so that we are able to deal properly. I'm sure this is not the first time legal services you are dealing with a legal matter. Equally, you should have an understanding of what the process is and so. So in future, when you respond to such questions, apply yourself honestly to processes that you're supposed to follow, so that we don't have a misunderstanding of each other. But it's okay, that's fine. So we will wait, Chairperson, for the ventilation with the minister. But even so, even legal opinion, as a matter of principle, there is a conduct policy within the department that goes across board of all branches. The minute I assume that it is supposed to be common practice that the minute anybody is criminally charged, yes, we still subscribe to the principle of innocent until proven guilty, but if being in the sector is a subject of a criminal investigation, automatically you shouldn't drag your feet to suspend that human being to make sure that they don't have for any other wrongdoing. In the same spirit, Chairperson, that if anybody is accused of sexual harassment, you don't even take time, you don't need a legal opinion. You suspend that human being with immediate effect, right? As you're supposed to. Equally, fraud and corruption is a serious thing, although it's been an infested culture across government for the last 31 years. But it's something that is supposed to be a matter of urgency and will engage accordingly moving forward.
No, maybe you are speaking about the 9 years, Mrs.
Chairperson, so moving on, CFO, students are raising challenges about your institution not being disability friendly. In my understanding, the ordinary cost of a ramp is typically around 21,000 rand. That's just a normal ramp too. And you've communicated that you have a lot of money that you are saving that you could be using. Is there a reason tangibly that exists, particularly given that you do have students that are disabled currently across your campuses? Do you have a reason why the campus is disability unfriendly?
Thank you, Chairperson. The direct answer for that is there is no reason, and that is being remedied. The ramps, as I indicated to say, it's under professional services. I'm not sure about the 21,000 though. It's under professional services for this campus. Now, when we're dealing with procurement has to also have planning around it. So building ramps, we had to now conduct a comprehensive assessment.
I hear you, sir.
Yes.
When did you start that process?
We started that process last year, June. We got the specs and everything, and we're now engaging.
Okay. How long have you been in your position?
I've been in this position for 14 months.
For 14 months?
Yes.
Who's the person that is responsible for, outside of the financial procurement process, but the person who's responsible for coming up with ideas of revamping and all of that in the institution, who's that? Because your job is finance.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Who's responsible for that component?
We don't have a person responsible. I can say it's a collective management effort.
So there is no one human being that's responsible for...
There is a vacancy in that area for facilities management.
Okay, how long has that vacancy existed?
It has always been there, ma'am.
The vacancy has always been there?
It's always been there, yes.
Principal, how long have you been the principal of this institution?
I was appointed on the 1st of January 2025.
2025?
Yeah.
Before that, where were you?
I was acting as a principal.
For how long were you acting as a principal?
4.5 months. From
4.5 months?
Yes.
Before your
4.5 years.
4.5 years?
Yes.
So in 4.5 years of your existence as an acting principal, there was nobody in your team that you had given a delegation of making sure hore di rampe di teng for bana ba sekolo ba kenang ba senang bokgoni ba ho tsamaya?
I know the ramps are there, they're across the campus. Then at the moment, because of the shortage of staff, no one was given up until we've got the DPC.
Because of the shortage of staff, no one was, I don't understand.
I get it, when it comes to the facilities and so you need somebody who will then take responsibility. So the high vacancy rate, it has got its own impact on the...
Okay, no, that's not a good enough response.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why. You have been operating with a vacant team, not a full composition. And I agree it's important to fill that responsibility. But in the same way that you've been able to get a ramp somewhere else without the filling of a vacancy, surely if you wanted to, you would have been able to do so at other institutions. So I don't take your response, because to me, the indication is that you do have the money because your financials are fairly stable. You do have the delegatory power to be able to make sure that the infrastructure development is there. My issue with you is you are perfectly able as a human being. I don't know if you have anybody in your family that is disabled that you need to care for. I was raised by a woman when I turned 10. She became a person 24/7 and you could never take her anywhere. Equally, I understand when students say there are campuses that are inaccessible. You can't say to a young person, come study here, and give them an acceptance to come study here, and when they get here, you practically lock the doors and halls of education out of them. That's cruel.
Let me welcome that. We will then make sure that there are ramps at the campuses.
When will there be ramps?
I'll have to talk to the CFO so that he can the time frame. But as we are starting with Bethlehem campus, then we'll roll it out to other campuses.
Are you committing that by the end of this financial year, there will be disability-friendly campuses across all institutions?
Yes.
On record.
On record.
President, in the next financial year, I want to know, President, from you, when there are no ramps available in the meantime, what do disability students do?
Currently, we have one student that is using a wheelchair, and they try by all means to make sure that the classes, they are near the gate, so that he can be able to take part in lecture classes.
So manage with that provision that one particular student did class gate, so that they don't have to go anywhere else. So when you are making a presentation, when a president, of a proper problem across multiple campuses of no disability friendly, you are referring to one person that management has already made provision for to not exclude them.
No, Baba, others are not, they are out now. There was other student in main campus last year.
Okay. Yeah. So, but over the years, Baba and Kaufela have not been able to get a full access of the institution.
Yes.
Okay. I take that, Chairperson. I think I'm going to rest there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before you come in, Deputy Chair, I thought you wanted to come at the end, Deputy Chair, or you want to clarify the 9 wasted years part. No, don't worry. We will give you. DDG, we appreciate the honesty. I know for a fact that when the boards were appointed and that the Patel was not part of any investigation, so we don't blame you for doing that, for appointing or recommending even to the minister. But it was then arrested around November last year and out on bail. Where we want to say to you guys, maybe improve is on the turnaround time. So a person who's in your sector gets charged in the sector, even though it's a different branch. And it might be part of the legal problems you might be having, that legally or the policy that you have does not say if they are not charged in the line management of their work, you can't do anything. They probably does not say so. That is why your legal team, I'm very angry at the legal team of the department. The legal team, if you have it, because I don't think you just have people who have big salaries and big positions, in my view. And I ventilated it many times. But the team at the department, the legal team at the department, and members, I want to propose also to yourself that when we meet remember we've agreed that we're going to meet with the department specifically to look at their work on CET, their work on TVETs, their work on the specific issues. We must also meet with them on the legal team of the department. And you might find just that knowing these colleagues of ours, they might even be afraid to tell us that, by the way, we may have written to the legal team in December, but they did not come back to us. That's why we went to seek a legal opinion somewhere. It's just that, I don't know, they like being a team to people who are not assisting us. Because if the problem, I mean, yesterday I saw the DG Zungu, you were at pains to say, I can't hire here. Just that me, most, you know me, I've got my own scorpions. I know for a fact that we do have a lot of vacancies, Honorable Msazan, especially at principal levels, who are not the purview of the TVET colleges. We are in your space as D-head. But your particular branch would have long finished. You are waiting for the powers that be to appoint, and it takes long. So I know you can't say that in a meeting because Nina Nyasabi Kliniso. Rona are allergic to not telling the truth. We like telling the truth. So I know even here, you are at pains maybe trying to explain that it's not necessarily my mistake, but you can't say it because I've seen sometimes you're just defending a lot of wrong things, even though it puts you under the bus. I'm going to check with my scorpions here on this whilst we're still in the meeting. I know they will tell me, DJ, that shame, they've tried on this day. On this day, they did not get an answer and all of that. But reality is that these members have got a responsibility to also ask you these difficult questions. Because if they don't ask them, it means we're not doing our job. So we're not personal. Sometimes you may not like, maybe you're not a Christian, you may not like how Honorable Souls starts making a point, first making reference to Barbanas or to Jesus. But it's, you know, it's how he wants to make his point. So, I'm just trying to be balanced, DJ, because I know sometimes the problem, it's not necessarily yours. For an example, the appointment of principal, and I'm making an example, the appointment of the principals, especially in the Eastern Cape where almost everybody is acting. I know for a fact that you guys would have done all the jobs or work that you're supposed to do, but we still don't have the principals, Honorable Khacha. And it's not them. Yes, they are part of the department, but they can't appoint, because those are the powers that are with somebody else, right, who is just not assisting us. So even when we have that discussion, Honorable Khacha, with the department, we must be very harsh, not harsh, we must be very strict on them telling the truth. Hopefully by that time, Babu Zungu nizosicela linyane. So I thought I must just clarify that part, that I know you may have tried, just like you have tried on many other things, but the weaknesses of our policy, of our acts, and distribution of small power and big power in this department may create a problem for us. Honorable Msazan.
No, thank you very much. Very much to the management of the institution for the presentations. So, Chair, maybe before you start my timer, I must just correct this, Chairperson. I'm not even tempted to speak on issues of propaganda that have been everywhere in the media. I mean, such propaganda and ignorance would have caused even other parties to drop their voter outcome coming to the general elections. In fact, other parties didn't even know that the party that deployed me to parliament, the mighty MK party, would get a award here at the Western Cape so early. So we don't deal with matters of media and propaganda and all of those things. We focus on the presentation, Chairperson.
No, we're in for
As I
state.
start, as I
Yeah, we're in
start.
for state, not
As I start, Chairperson. No, thank you very much, Chair. But indeed, that was on a lighter note. Chairperson, we hope that we'll still get lunch because I feel like now we're dealing with serious matters. Chairperson of Council and Principal. Yes,
No,
lunch.
Principal has indicated that
We'll get
whatever
lunch.
happens,
Lunch is there.
he's still going to prepare lunch.
Okay, no, thank you
So
very much.
he says you can ask him all the difficult questions. I don't think he's going to withdraw lunch.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe first and foremost, Principal, we wouldn't be doing justice, at least from where I'm sitting, if we do not commend your exceptional academic performance over this period of, I think it would have been 3 academic years.
Yeah.
It's very, very commendable, Principal, and that is the core business of the institution. So we must first start there to say we commend that at the strongest of terms. So I'm just going to deal with really a few matters. I think most matters have been covered by my colleagues. So the first matter that I wish to deal with the Principal and the Chairperson of Council in your team is the matter of the private partnerships, which are indicated to be 169. I just want to find out how many would be absorbed by the private partnerships in a sense of internships, learnerships, even for employment post-graduating from this particular institution. If perhaps you have numbers in terms of students that might have been absorbed in this period. So I'll try just to ask 2 questions of the same topic so that you just cover them both. And I would really appreciate a situation where you're precise in responses. Where you don't have precise responses, you can just send it us in writing so that we do not meander or even degenerate in our responses. So my second question on that very same line would be, are there any partnerships that you might have had with the private partnerships in terms of perhaps dealing with matters of student accommodation? Because obviously the private partnerships that are highlighted there, you did not highlight them in terms of their magnitude or what they do or what they focus on, but just the number. So I would be interested in knowing if there are any partnerships that you might have made in terms of addressing that particular matter which was highlighted in your presentation. If you may be so kind as to please deal with those 2 questions in the meantime.
No, thanks very much, and also the sentiments are appreciated on the performance of students. On the numbers of the students that have been employed, I will have a written response to that, so that I'm precise around that. With regard to the student accommodation, we have been approached by several service providers. But then we made an application to the DBSA. So we're awaiting their final response around that, so that we are able to then deal with it from that angle. So in short, there is no private partnership around student accommodation except DBSA. Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks. CFO, I think CFO wants to also add something behind you, Principal, on that matter.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like, since we have lawmakers here, just like to make one contribution that might assist the issue of student housing. Lawmakers, honorable lawmakers. CET Act, section 24(2). So when we are being approached by these private funders, the moment that agreement is going to have a funding mechanism, the delegation is not with the council, it's with the minister. Because it's seen as a finance, it's a loan in a sense. So at a management level, we can be approached with the best proposals they can be ours is to just say, all right, we'll have to first get approval from the minister, because what usually happens, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, is that these proposals that these private business people will have will be contingent on, for an example, the revenue that will be generated from the student staying in those residences. But it will also have a clause that the college is somehow liable. But when you read the context and the meat of it, it has that non-compliance with legislation if it do not go through the minister.
No,
If-
thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, CFO. Of course, I would understand the process. Hence, my concern was if there is any at this point, having gone the process rightfully as you are unpacking it. Thank you very much, CFO, for your intervention as well. So as I proceed, with public partnerships such as municipalities, in fact, even in terms of land, you've approached which, what is this? Department. Yeah. For funding, yes, DPSA for funding, to have the land, it's DPSA, no? Development Bank, no? Yeah, to have the land to build this student accommodation, and what number of beds are you intending on building there?
No, thanks very much. At Sifikeng, where I made mention of, we've got a land, so it belongs to a college. So then it can be erected. And then other campuses may not have the land, but we have already also made a submission to that effect. But if you look at Lerela Tsepe, it's wide open, so there's more space. So the building can take place within the very same campus. The only campus that, in our analysis, is only main campus, where it does not have any land for that.
Okay, Principal, if I can just be more precise on the question. I asked in your public partnerships, which I would want to believe that you can partner even with local municipalities, which you can approach for land. Do you have land with regards to the proposal that you've put in place for the Development Bank of South Africa? And what are the numbers in terms of the number of beds that you intend on building with that particular proposal that you've requested? So is it going to be covered in the land that you currently have with reference to the campus that you are highlighting here? And what about other campuses? So are you for now just focusing on that one particular campus? And what are the numbers?
Yes, the biggest challenge is at Sifikeng. And then the beds that we requested, it was between 400 and 500. I'll check just the proposal, the exact number that was requested in there.
Okay, that's fine, Principal, that's fine. Let's move on. The challenges that you highlighted the challenge of health hazard buildings. So then in your mitigating measures, you highlighted that you would use or are using mobile classrooms. So my question would be, how long have you been using these mitigating measures, and how cost effective are they? I think the CFO will come in there, of the use of the temporal measures of mobile classrooms. How long have you been using them? You can even just take me to confidence, or give me the numbers of the amount of students that are being housed or assisted through these particular mitigating measures. So probably you might just quantify the health hazard buildings and the number of students affected thereof. And of course the cost effective or cost implications of it.
Thank you very much. Around the cost, then I'll request the CFO to come in. But also one of the such classrooms are the ones that are just at the back of us here. So also in terms of the actual numbers that are affected, I'll have to check on that. But also as we move down here, you'll see a member that there is there is water that is running underground, these buildings. So that one is only, that's a source of hazard, and it's making these buildings, when we have to make a building here, you have to put the more infrastructure underneath than upwards so that you can deal with the water. But then I can then provide the correct answer there.
Chair, Principal, can I just pause you for a second? Are you saying that in the very same building we are sitting in, there's water flowing underneath?
These buildings that are here, there's water that is going underneath.
So there's no soil testing, assessments, and all of those things, obviously, that would have been done or conducted before you do your construction?
Some of the buildings are legacy buildings, actually are heritage buildings that have been here, which then one of the ones that we worked on already, it is a legacy one. So you can only change inside, not outside. So yes, there is water that is running underneath this area here.
All right, Principal, I'm going to move and expect that other responses will come in writing, because I would also want to know what is being done with these current buildings. I would also am interested to know how many buildings are regarded as health hazard buildings, and obviously the students that are affected, so that I just keep time. On the water that is constantly interrupted, I think it's one of the challenges that you also highlighted. And then you mentioned that you are in a process of procuring a water tanker. I think it's under process. I think CFO, if you could just kindly provide information with regards to that process. I mean, I don't think it should be a very long process of procuring a water tanker. If you could just tell us how far that process is, then I'll just deal with the outstanding matters that are not appearing in the presentation. CFO.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Member. Maybe if I can put the water issue into context. We first started by implementing JoJo tanks, then we can still see that we haven't resolved the issue because in terms of it's the service delivery challenges, it's now the pressure of the water. Then 2 weeks ago, we sat as the management of the college, and then we said, okay, we've tried to resolve the JoJo tanks, are still not solving the problem. So we approved 3 weeks ago now the procurement of the JoJo tank. So the issue of water has been an issue that we've always had, Honorable Member. We installed JoJo tanks, but now the pressure, the water is not going to feed the JoJo tanks. Now to have a long-lasting measure, because all of our campuses are central, are close to each other, now we are buying a JoJo tank.
Chief Financial Officer, you know, we are impressed by some of the things that you are doing as mitigating measures. So it's highlighted there in your presentation what you are saying. Well, at least we do get the context. But my question was the process. How far is the process of procurement? Because you said you are procuring that particular measure, mitigating measure, to assist in the process. So how far is it? Because obviously you would want to see that happen.
Resourcing quotations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So my last matter that I will deal with is the matter that I felt or I saw as outstanding. I think in the report that I have, the presentation that I have, on safety, security, and health. So the presentation does not speak to these items. My presentation that I am looking at here. So on the GPV and sexual harassment, I think you might have given an overview submission, but I would want to find out how many cases have been reported in the past 3 years that related. So 3 academic years, in fact. How many cases might have been reported of sexual harassment and gender-based violence?
Can I perhaps ask the DPA to respond? And also the new Deputy Principal Corporate Services.
Thank you, Honorable Member. With regard to that one, I think to get numbers, we will respond in writing. because I don't have the figures.
No, that's fair. But can I just express disappointment? These are very, very key pressing matters that affect our students, and they are not included in your presentation. We would have assumed that you should have included them. As of course, we'll await that written response. On matters of sexual harassment and rape, which are very sensitive matters in the private accommodations, which I believe students reside there, how many cases have been reported there? Do you know? Are there cases reported amongst other crimes that have been reported?
There's nothing that has come to my attention around the student accommodations around that.
So you can confirm this committee that our students are 100% safe. There's no sexual harassment cases, no rape cases. Everything is smooth in that private accommodations. And are they accredited accommodations? I just wanted you to confirm that, Principal. Then I'll move to, I think, my final question.
I think on the matter we'll then make a written submission around that so that I can then confirm what I've also checked with the relevant campuses.
I'd really appreciate that, Principal.
But I think there's something that I missed, if you allow me, just around the issues of student in terms of harassment. These are the matters that we deal with, and then I know also there is a case that was at hand at the college that, and the staff member was dismissed around harassment. Sexual harassment.
Principal, these are sensitive matters. Can we rather have them in writing so that you don't end up missing certain things and we have a dialogue around it, and I have to emphasize how much or how sensitive they are to us as members of parliament and obviously our students that come to these campuses. Maybe two final matters. One is the matter of sick students. I know that most TVET colleges don't have campus clinics. So how do you deal with matters of students that are sick in campus and in private accommodation? Do you have students or student affairs department that can assist you, Principal? Because I'm sure that not all of these matters come to your office. Because students do get sick in campus and private accommodation. So deal with that matter.
Okay, honorable member, let me assist on that. Since I'm a council member but working in student support services, we do have measures where we have SLOs at campuses where students who are sick and students who have matters that, and then we have partnership with Higher Health that is there. That is have their offices at campuses to assist students who are sick. We have psychologists that Higher Health has offered us to assist students off campus and in campus when we are having cases of such.
Okay, Council Member, thank you very much for your response, but it doesn't address my question because you need a nurse to deal with a sick student. Whether you take them to neighboring community clinics or hospital, I understand the part of Higher Health and what they do, and psychologists and what they do, but when a student has a headache, they don't need a psychologist.
Sorry not to mention, we have partnership in our health department and wellness that is dealing with students with the local clinics and whatever that we take students to. Whenever we have an emergency, we have clinics that we have partnership with. That normally comes to campus. So when we have that emergency, they make priority of our students when we bring them.
Sure, that's a satisfactory response. Thank you very much. Finally, on matters of mental health issues. This is a topical issue in the university branch. I don't know in the TVET branch, but I would want to really find out if you are focusing on issues of mental health, because amongst the causes of dropout, which I think you did not highlight here, would be mostly matters of mental health rather than bullying, because I'm not about bullying and how that assessment is done, but I know of mental health is, I think most, anyone that might have been matters of higher health, of mental health issues. So do you have a mechanism that seeks to address mental health issues as part of what you just said? I did hear that you spoke about a psychologist, so I would want to know how you deal with it and how effective
it is in terms of your records?
I think for us, in terms of student support, in terms of that, every time that we'll have students going to their examination, we arrange such things of mental health where the psychologists go to campuses. I think in the report of the last year's SRC or the student support, if principal could have reflected it, as you said, it's the most important thing. We have pictures where students were arranged session with the psychologist to deal with their mental health issues. I think they can pull it out as an evidence that could be sent within even 5 minutes. It's there. I think in the handover of SRC of last year, it was just done 2 days back. They have report SRC, they can just send it to you right now as the committee where the sessions were happening.
Okay,
of mental health.
that's fine. I think finally, you can just submit that in your written response. I don't know, there's a pending matter at the back. But before you come in, also as a written submission, issues of food security initiatives that you might have for students that are not funded. Do you have those? If you do, if you could just submit it, or maybe I did not, I might have passed it, but if you just finish us with that as well, then you can just speak to the pending. And I'll give the chairperson, not my, but his podium.
Honorable Member, in the issue of food security, I think Principal also reflected on his presentation where one campus was doing and was Harrismith campus. I said, those food was then put together, was distributed to students. Again, we have a farm. I know students are given crops when they farm there by the farm manager when they are in need and things that they can use at home.
No, thank you. Thank you. Others will send in writing. Honorable Souls.
Thank you very much, our chairperson. Principal, I'm gonna ask you please, because the slides that we have, some of the slides went there and we haven't received the one that should be updated. So I didn't see anything on transformation on the version that we have. So towards the end of my session, I'm gonna come back to you, and if you can just, if you don't have it with you, prepare to just let us understand the racial breakdown of the staff complement here at the institution. I'm going to start with Dr. Patel. Dr. Patel, what race are you?
That's why the mic's not working. I am African. In my
Can we get the mic to work, please? This is a very important response.
I would say I am an African. I am a South African on top of it. My generation is from Indian, Khoi, and Shangaan, which makes me an African and a South African truly. So I regard myself as an African before anything else. But due to classification within this country, I was classified as colored.
So you are a colored African.
Thank you.
In terms of your position as a chairperson of the council, when you advise the institution around, and when you provide oversight around transformation, and you understand the employment equity provisions, etc., do you consider, like you consider yourself as a colored African, in terms of the legal framework, do you approach employment equity in that same way, where you consider coloreds, whites, and Indians as African in particular?
Yes, indeed. I would go one step further and even say to you that there are more Africans, some our Afrikaner population, and I highlighted, who are born in South Africa, who speak a vernacular better than I do. So I think it is a very complicated answer, Honorable Souls, to say who is African and what is an African. But I do consider that. And in our qualification, in our employment equity mix, you would notice that we're striving towards having a representative population of the country as employees of the college. I'm not going to say we've reached it yet, but we are striving, and when we do our targets, instance is to get an Indian person on college, along one of the staff that in that.
The mic, sir. Must I pause, Chairperson?
Let me just complete that and saying that the geographical area in which we find ourselves also dictates what our equity is. You would notice that the Maluti or Pufong area has very few Indians living in it. So you would not be able to employ or to have any Indian student in our college. Thank you, sir.
But given your speech, you said that you seek to, or you strive to bring about equity comparable with what the country needs and what the area needs. And you've just zoomed into the needs of the area. But what the country needs should take priority, I would say. Would you, in your to this, ensure that there is, in terms of transformation, a balance at our institutions of all races, given the fact that you said that you no, but then when I ask a question, then there's going to be a delay in. Okay. Would you say that in terms of transformation as you see it, is the equity balance at the school comparable to what the country needs?
No. Our transformation, that's why we have these targets. It is not comparable to what the country needs, and we are moving, and we're targeting certain race groups, historically speaking race groups, to come to this area, but we're finding it very difficult.
Okay. Now, I must say, you're a very highly decorated professional within the higher education sector. You have achieved many things, and I want to let you know, as a fellow colored African, that I'm extremely proud. And you have done extremely well. And as a member of this Oversight Committee, I also want you to understand that our approach as oversight is not investigative. It is more of accountability. So when we probe, like what my colleagues have done, it's more for accountability rather than you are investigators. So I am genuinely saying that I'm very proud and I commend you. What qualities would you say a chairperson of the council should have?
Honorable Souls, it is something that we battle with, that the moment we assume the responsibility of council members, we tend to lean towards management. In other words, we become Tichemkulu. We think we are the principals of the principal. Yet, leadership is not being managers. Our primary role as councillors is an oversight function.
is a stewardship function. When I mean stewardship, when you get onto a boat and you're rowing it, there are people who row it. Those are the managers and the workers. The captain gives that where the ship has to go to, and that's the role of council. And that's my advice to council members in the main. You are stewards, you are not the workers.
And in terms of qualities?
So your qualities are knowledge of the sector in which you operate, something we fail quite a bit. Because we were at school, we think we understand education. Because we sat in a class, we've been exposed, we think we understand pedagogy. You need to understand pedagogy. You need to understand training. You need to understand development. So that's the first question. Second is about having, I think very clearly, and I take the strategic intent number 3, an ethical and an honorable state.
Say that again.
An ethical. So you need to have ethics and you need to be beyond reproach.
You need to have certain ethics and you need to be beyond reproach. Now, in terms of from an accountability perspective, we can't ignore the fact that there are the National Prosecuting Authority, there are allegations of that you have been awarded a tender of 3.6 million and that there has been allegations of you giving kickbacks to university staff to the value of 1.6 million. Now, we appreciate the fact that my colleagues before has dealt with the legal side of that. It is sub judice, so I don't expect you to go into the merits of the case and so on. You are only guilty, you are innocent until you are proven guilty. But as a committee, we are also emphasizing, just as you mentioned now, the element of ethics within leadership. So without delving into the legalities of things, just on the element of ethics, as you've described it, should the committee view you based on these allegations that I must put for the record again, you are not yet proven guilty of such, but the clout is there. Should the committee view you as the type of person with the type of qualities that you have just described? And if yes, why?
Honorable Souls, once again, I appreciate you saying that it is sub judice. And just to say to you, and I can say this publicly, never been of 3.6 million. That's a tender. And it's not Raymond Patel who was awarded a tender. It's Torapa, a company of which I was part of. Secondly, it was amounts, it was a cumulative amount over a 3-year period that amounted to 3.6 million. So a tender, if one looks at the finance regulations, what amounts to a tender? It's over R1 million. We've never been awarded ever an amount of over R1 million. So I'm just saying that for the record.
Just quickly, what would you, if you don't, if it's not a tender, technically speaking?
These were 3 quotations which we were given.
That comes out to 3.6 million?
Yes.
All right, fine.
Yes. So I'm going to stop there because, as I said, the matter sub judice, it's being dealt with by my attorneys with the National Prosecutor.
Doc, just
then
quickly.
I'm going to go to your next point.
Just quickly. I want you to approach it again, not as probing in an investigative type of way. But you must understand that the committee's function is oversight with a focus on accountability. And so I phrased the question differently because I didn't want to go into the technicalities, but rather into the leadership quality that we as a committee are responsible for. And so you have emphasized someone that should be ethical and beyond reproach. And so I want the committee to walk away here with an understanding of how would you want the committee and others to view you? Should you be viewed with the clout? Should you be viewed as that kind of leader that you have described, and why?
I think my record speaks for itself. I'm sorry that the two honorable members, or the honorable member who asked me how long I was the CEO. I've been a CEO for a period of 18 years. Prior to that, I worked for education. During my period as CEO, I have contributed immensely to education, to training in particular in the TVET sector, and to, I can proudly say, I brought world skills to South Africa. That's now become quite an event. Exposing our talent abroad. I have an immense knowledge and understanding of education and training. I've served education throughout my 40 years as a professional. I'm 65 now, and want to say that with the knowledge that I have, I believe that I can still contribute, and I still contribute towards the transformation of education in this country. I would like to be judged that way, not on my past, but what my current contribution is. My current contribution to this college, which is not very rewarding, as you do know, has stabilized the way we dealt with a college without a principal for 4.5 years. We have stabilized labor unrest. We have stabilized student participation. And that is my contribution. I don't know the honorable member who mentioned this, but sometimes we become very sensational in this country when something happens. And we then want to judge according to that. If I need to step away to protect the integrity of the college, I shall do so. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I allowed you to speak from your heart. And I want to say that I would want, yeah,
No, it's
65. He's 65.
Yeah.
No,
No,
65.
It's only a cramp. Come on.
65. Yeah. So, Doc, look, may the law take its course, whatever the outcome there is. But I want to say to you again that as a colored man, classified, because actually a Bushman, it's very rare that we see the caliber of and astuteness of leadership in our race. And so I'm very proud. And whatever the outcome of the legal matter is, all the best with that. But thank you for your contribution, and please continue to do that. Continue to make us proud. And in terms of transformation, please ensure that in this country, black, white, Indian, and colored are seen as African. We are one in this country, and let's work together to build this country. I have 3 minutes left, less than. So, Principal, just quickly, a quick breakdown of what does it look like in terms of the equity breakdown of the staff complement here, in terms of race, just race, the totals.
Yeah, can I request the DP to...
No problem.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The breakdown, we have a total of 181 African male. We unfortunately do not have any coloreds. We also do not have any Indians. We also have only one white male. And female, we have a total of 185 African female, sorry, a total of 225 African female. And then we have no colored, still no Indians. We have a total of 20 white female. Thank you, Honorable Member.
So sorry, what is the total? Total, male including female. How many colors? Male and female.
Okay, we don't have any colors.
How many Indian?
We don't have any Indians.
How many white?
We only have 21 whites, and then the rest of the employees are black staff members. The total staff complement is 428, as indicated in the presentation of the principal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's just a pity now, principal, that the chairperson, I think the age is calling for other needs too. But as I close, do you appreciate the point that I'm making in terms of the reflection that we must have at our institutions, not just here, but in the country at large, that we should have representation of all Africans? And I'm hoping that that would be the view and the commitment of this institution, that the remaining 123 vacancies, that you look at ensuring, can I get a commitment from the leadership, that you will look at that transformation angle to include coloreds and Indians in this institution? Principal? Oh.
Yes, we are making that commitment. We have already begun, as we advertise, we do indicate the ethos to say would give priority to this ethnicity or group of the applicants. Thank you.
Please say it, ma'am, as I close. Please say we will give preference to coloreds and Indians.
Our adverts are saying we would give preference to coloreds and Indians. As we speak now, if you look at gender, we have a majority of our staff members are female. So, but priorities, colors and Indians, and then we look at the gender, male will also get a...
Ma'am, do you know what we would call that? When you achieve that, do you know what we will call that where I come from? Ons gaan sê, goed is moet balance. Die goed is balance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable
Thank you.
Member.
Okay. Chairperson of Council, Honorable Souls believes in a motto called Ons Baizani. Yeah, so he's a person of second chances. His president is an example of second chances. So I think he just fell short of saying it. He'll say, you know, all the best, but if things don't go well, we'll give you a second chance. I think that's what he wanted to say. Honorable Zondo?
No. You see, Chairperson, indeed we are of second chances, but the law must take its course. Dr. Patel, for the record, if you are found guilty, like my president, you must go to jail, and then come back, we'll give you a second chance.
So, Honorable Zondo?
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe I will start on that note. House was talking. I don't know if it's because he said it, that because of their race, now they are praising each other. No, but I want just to reconfirm that as a member of this committee, it's not that you are from the same race. I feel very sorry for people who have worked for their names in certain professions when they are looking down upon even the recognition. You you get that you end up saying that I've done 1, 2, and 3, whereas the records are already saying it. It's just that you have to recognize that while you're still there. For the fact that you are 65, you just disappointed me because you just walked out to refresh yourself. I was going to say that you are 65, but you are still looking like you can still run for some time. Maybe we'll encourage that you continue to do what you do best, because your contribution will never shy away from it. I want to Chair to re-emphasize that as this portfolio committee, I don't want to say much, but we are more about of accountability. I don't know if it's because I've been a victim to some sort of other places, but I feel that when we are dealing with reports and whatsoever, we must deal with that other than dealing with individuals. If you say we politics, because that's what's important. Because we are only here to help the institution to achieve their target, to wake up if there is someone who's sleeping. You know, when we are doing so, we will do so in the table. So I wanted to start on that note to say that we recognize we must punch holes on your reports. We must ask questions. It's not personal. That's where I wanted to start. But on the report, NSFAS, who are you there? Okay. I don't know. Maybe I've gone out when members are asking questions, because I have a problem at home that I'm attending. But I want to get from you, it's a common cry for many institutions. You are not paying allowances on time. What is it that you can give us to say that the challenges that are on your side, because they are costing us badly. In fact, they are costing the country, because when we have dropouts because of the allowances, when we have people who are committing, I don't want to talk about what the other president of the SRC said in our other institution, whereby, but she was talking the reality to say that when we are not paying for allowances, you are saying to a girl child, go and get a sugar daddy to pay, to give you a place to sleep, to give you money, to have food. Then I want to get it from you. What are you doing to make sure, or what do you think we can do as an education, all of us, let's involve ourselves, to help you to improve where you are lacking in terms of late payment, non-payment. There are many things that are on your shortfall.
Thank you, Honorable. So for me, I did respond to this question before, Honorable Member, but as you are saying, what is it that you as the person of in the committee can do to assist us? I think for us, if I can go back to what I said before we can even make payment, we need the amounts from DHED to be confirmed. So if, for example, in November, we can get a confirmation from DHED before the next year to say these are the confirmed amounts, so that when we get into January, because the TVET year starts earlier than university, we know exactly what are the amounts to communicate to the TVET colleges to say this is the amounts that should be loaded on the registration. Secondly, what we do frequently as NSFAS is to communicate with all TVET colleges, in fact with all our institutions, to say for this year, 2025, these are the dates that we want to make payments, and we also provide them with cutoff dates. So if the institutions can load registration data before the cutoff date, then we are able to make payments on time. Secondly, coming back to the issue of department, a DHEAD, if we can get results on our system for the continuing students so that we are able to fund them, then we can make payments. But sometimes even colleges are not able to load registrations because the funding of the students are delayed because of the results that we're waiting on. So the dates, if they can be communicated on time, so in November already, we know what would be the fee structure for the following year, that we can communicate to all institutions. And then by January, institutions can load their data.
All right. I think we always get that answer, but I want to get it from your side. I'm coming to there to say, what's stopping you to link your systems so that when the results are ready, you get them, so that you'll know that we are paying this, we are paying this one, we are paying this one, paying this one. You come to your time frames, automatically those who got their result, even before because there may be delays that they don't get their result on this time, or this and that, but already in the system, result will be there. So I want to get, because when I'm asking you, I'm not saying, njengamanje, what are you going to do now? I'm talking about the future. We need to have some things that we are planning to do that will care what we are experiencing, because this is continuously, and the toll of criminal activities that are happening in the country, you are contributing. You may not know, but indirectly so you are contributing. So that's why I'm asking you, what's stopping this engagement between you two?
So, Honorable Member, in terms of results, our system is linked to the DHEAD. However, loading needs to happen on their side. So when they delay to load, even our system cannot pick up because we expect examinations, DHEAD to load.
All right, let's come to DDG. NSFAS DDG is saying your systems are linked, but your institutions are not loading information. Then what engagement do you have on that regard? Because we want solutions. We want something that to say next 1 or 2 years we'll have a solution on this matter. We can't talk about the same thing now and again and now and again.
Yeah, no, thanks, Honorable Zondo. I think we did touch on this point earlier on in terms of the late release of results because of maybe the quality assurance side, but also at an institutional level where the internal assessment marks are not sent on time. So there has been a meeting between the two ministries, Minister of Education and Training, the Minister of DBE. One of the items is that one of ensuring that the results are released on time. This happened just post-COVID, because before COVID, Honorable Zondo, the results were coming before December.
Manzini, there are two results here. I'm talking about this one, the returning students. I'm not talking about the matric one, because we are getting an answer, not the process to ratify that. Yeah. But I want to know about student this now, and yes. I got my result.
The quality assurance, Honorable Zondo, is still the same. For whether we are returning or we are a new student coming into the system.
So there is no solution.
The solution is the one that we are working on between the two ministries, because remember the quality assurance body is Umalusi Services.
the DBE in the main. But what is been happening now is that the integration of the systems, because that's another project as well, which I think Ms. Msipa is going to talk to that, the advancements that we are making to ensure that there is a smooth movement or transmission of data between the three entities being the DHET, NSFAS, and the institutions. Because when the results are released, we must still send them to institutions for their confirmation, because you'll also have students that will say, I want to challenge these results, and therefore be allowed to appeal in terms of what they've been given, and therefore those two must then be integrated. So there is a move between the two ministries to resolve the issue of the delays, but also in terms of the integration of the system. I think I will allow Ms. Msipa, because they are working on that project, to finalize this. But for the results, indeed, they are still quality assured. Whether we are returning or whether we are a new student, they are quality assured by one body. But we are now moving again to QCTO programs, which is occupational programs, which I think it will also assist. But what we have done also, Honorable Zondo and Honorable Members, is that we are looking at internalizing in the main the NCV level 2, which are our bigger groups, NCV level 2 and level 3, to be done internally by institutions. It means the issues of progressions will be dealt with at the institutional level and be sent to NSFAS, not from the department side, so that we reduce the burden from Maluti to quality assure a level that is equivalent to grade 10 and 11, because they only do matric for basic education. And we are therefore saying, let's do only exit level, which is level 4. We should then reduce the burden that we might have in terms of that. But through your permission, Chair and Honorable Zondo, if I can give Ms. Msipa just on this integration of this system that we are working on.
No, thanks, Chair.
Let's give him 30 seconds because my time is...
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, whilst the integration is happening between the NSFAS and the national exams and assessments, the other level of integration is that of the business management system at the college level, that is ITS and Coltech, wherein the initiative to engage between the NSFAS and those business management systems has been initiated, so as to set the rules of engagements and the expectations insofar as the uploading of information as well as all those specifications.
Okay, Mr. Msig, another 30 minutes. What's stopping you to align? Because now you know what time do you need to do 1, 2, and 3 procedural. Why don't you align that, the institutions and the payment from NSFAS to say that they can't delay and the institution will start to enroll, whereas you are still with this process. So the alignment, I think, will sort to say that the institution, when they start enrolling, you've already done your part, and the NSFAS will start paying. What stops you from that?
No, that is the level that I'm talking about. You're correct, because that alignment has to happen at an institutional level, because that's where students are enrolled. So then at the central level, all the information is uploaded and fed into the NSFAS system. So that is what we are trying to sort out now.
Let me continue because my time is... Principal, in terms of your enrollment plan, what were your targets for 2025? I see that you've got 7,009. That was your target, and you got 6,328. Why are your targets are becoming low each and every year? Because you started from 8,000, you got 10,000 and something. Again, you've gone down to 7,000 something, and you got 10,000 something. And 2025, your target was 7,000, and you got lower than your target. Then why are your targets keep going low? And after that, why in 2025 you hit below lower than your target?
No, thanks very much. It's more technical. It has to do with the FTEs and the funding. If you enroll more students in NCV, your total number of students will be low. Your FTE will go up. If you reduce the number of NCV students, then you take more report 191. Then the number of students is going. You have to take more students as compared to NCV. But also it gets even, it will also, when you get to occupational programs, you'll realize also that the numbers are likely going to go down, are likely. I'm not saying they're going to go down because of the tuition or the program fee.
No, can you help me here?
Yeah.
Don't go to technical. In the previous years, you targeted 8,000 and you got 10,000. And last year you targeted 7,000, you got 10,000. This year you targeted 7,000, you got 6,000. That's the ratio I'm talking about. What changes that you effected that caused that you, in your targets, your goal is low?
Yes, but around that, I'm still going to enroll, I think, the semester 2, trimester 2, and trimester 3. But I think the issue there, we've got the funding grid, is an Excel spreadsheet. Once you put in a program and you put in, it already tells you.
Okay, I think I got the answer. You are saying this 10,000 is for the whole year.
Yes.
And now you have the other semesters that you are still to enroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think before you go technical, yeah, I see that you are assisting, but he doesn't want, you want to go technical. You don't want the technical one. I think if you are saying that, then I get that you're still going to get this number to make it that, okay, no, it's fine. In terms of your throughputs, can you tell us your targets? Because I get that those percentage there, but we want to know what were your targets before you get 16%, before you get 20%. What were your targets? Because I think that is another aspect that as the country we're having a problem.
I'll check on that, but if I'm not mistaken, it's 18%, that was a target. But I must say, Chairperson, I think the jump, it has also to do with practice note 1. And then practice note 1, and then it looks at what is the throughput rate. So the definition then is different, hence the number that has gone up. So initially it was, for last year it was 18%. But I'll verify it so that I give you the exact number that is on the plan.
All right, last one. You've got unqualified audit for 3 years consecutive. And we know that unqualified is not a clean audit. Getting unqualified for 3 years is telling me that
Finish the point.
It's telling me that
Finish the point, yeah.
There are red flags that are not attended to for all this time. Because if you attend them, on the 3rd year, the outcome should change. If the HE say you have done, you must fix 1, 2, and 3, and you put your plan, your strategy in place. For a 2nd year, maybe you'll move to 1. But for a 3rd year, the outcome should change. What is it that we are not doing? What are the consequences, management, for those who are not doing what they're supposed to do?
Thank you.
Through you, can I request the CFO to respond?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, there is room for improvement in the unqualified audit opinion. So the areas for okay, it starts with, let me start with talking about our strengths. We are internally preparing our financial statements. That's one. So the unqualified audit opinion that we are having is internal capacity. Let me also take it further to say an unqualified audit opinion is how finance were able to fairly present the financial results. Now, we have to internal control ecosystem. For an example, we had challenges with the administration of textbooks, but at the fair presentation stage, you were able to just cross the
bridge.
The bridge. Thank you, Chairperson. What now we are doing, Chairperson, is all of the findings that were there were factual misstatements. So factual misstatement means that we, for an example, we had issues with the sitters. The issue with the sitter was that it was all sitting in one account. We had to now improve the system in that we have to disclose the related party and all because of the sitters. So that being addressed, Chairperson, means that the following year, it will not be a recurring finding because we've cleared it. So we are expecting, Chairperson, at a finance level, fair presentation, we are okay. It's now improving the internal control ecosystem. That is why, Chair, we made a comment where we said the whole CFO is counting books. So it's there because we need to build. From the books, I had to reconcile and what. So if at a source document level, Chair, no matter how competent the CFO can be, but at source document level, if the clerk that is there does not know where depreciation starts, where depreciation ends, what is an asset, what is not an asset. So it's ongoing training that we're doing. But at AFS preparation stage, that's where we go and then we also check all of the work. But we are saying, Chair, we'll definitely improve and get a clean audit. We are work in progress.
Thank you.
But Chair, sorry, Chair, on your time. I think I spoke about that. I said you can't get the same audit outcome for 3 years. And you are saying exactly that there's someone who doesn't know what to do at his or her level. And I've asked for a consequence management to say, okay, you have identified that someone is not doing what he's supposed to do. For 3 years, you are failing to capacitate that person.
Yeah, don't take it. I wanted to speak to that, Honorable Zondo. Maybe with a bit of a historical context on this one. That up until 2020 or 2021, the department would have outsourced for all the sitters capacity from SAICA to run the financial affairs of all TVET colleges. I hope I'm right if it's SAICA, but I don't know. Huh? Yeah, SAICA. The reason they did so, one, is because the competitiveness of the salaries of CFOs, or they call them deputy principal finance, at TVET colleges is not competitive globally in the markets. So you are unable as a department to attract those CFOs at that level who want to work for money, or who want to make money. That is one. Two, the financial offices are not financed to a point where you'll find TVET colleges having CFO, financial manager, X, Y, and Z, whoever. So what they are doing is that you'll find that you will have one person who's responsible for, in any normal environment, for this line function, doing 3 other line functions. And therefore it creates a problem. When they say capacity, it comes from, it's a personal, they don't have enough people to do X, Y, and Z. Some of them are supposed to do, it's like taking me, a warrior must go and be a defense attorney. I can go and attend and take notes on behalf of senior counsels and attorneys. But if you are going to say, I must now stand in front of a judge in a high court and defend a particular case, I'm highly likely going to come out there battered and bruised. And if I'm representing you, you are highly likely going to come out there, or well, maybe not even come out, go out of the court, go underneath there with orange overalls. So when we talk about capacity, it's from that angle. So what must be done, Honorable Zondo, is the department, we must, that meeting that we are going to have with the department on capacitating the personnel in the department, this policy of 63%, DDG, let's openly talk about it. We understand we don't want a situation where our institutions are about hiring people. We also need to concentrate on core business. But the current function or the current structure, is it working for? In fact, Honorable Zondo, them achieving 4 or 3 unqualified is a very rare occasion in the sector. They've actually done extremely well. Many of them, they are there unqualified with very serious issues of emphasis. Some of them did not submit because they were having serious issues with the AGR. I see your paper here. I just don't understand what you are saying. Because if I take it like this, I'm giving you, what is that thing? A disclaimer. So yes, we can be harsh on them, but they are one step away from literally having a clean audit. It's on issues of emphasis. Probably submitting annual financial statements without material irregularities, or submitting them on time, whatever the case may be. I don't know, I've not really looked at the, but a reality is that many of our TVET colleges, DDG, they have a problem of internal capacity, and it's created by ourselves. And I'm happy, Honorable Msozana, when you started, you also spoke about, principal, the consistent delivery of teaching and learning, the performance. Because we must be fair. We must not be fair only when we're sleeping. We must be seen to be fair even when we're interacting with yourselves. And tell you the truth, Mona, you must go and improve. Mona, you are doing well. Because it's our responsibility as well. Because we are stakeholders. So on that part, we are doing very well. Where we are not going to agree with you, the CFO, it's on wanting to spend every year on books, as if you have a Madala side agreement with the service provider you are buying for more. No, I'm going to buy, don't forget, 5%. So where they were not going to agree, because we are saying, let's maximize what we have. That money that we are saying we're spending every year, because these books, where are they going? When the students, they progress from N2 to N3, or from N3 to N4, N4 to N6. What if you're saying it's an asset, what are they going to do with the book of N3? They are in N6. By the time their younger sister come to study that thing, you would have changed even the textbook. So what are we, it doesn't make sense. The only thing they will go, they will take those books, throw them, and cause environmental disruptions. So let's rather, you tell, they were going to fight. But on this one, I felt I must just try and be seen to be fair as well by defending yourselves. Honorable Khabo.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me firstly start by appreciating the report, Chairperson, as presented. And also maybe appreciate the work that has been done as a college. In particular, around partnerships that has been formed. And making sure that we are able to achieve the final end product of which is making sure that students are being placed. That's one part that we also need to embrace, but also part of this partnerships, they are able to ease pressure on budget allocation of government. Because if we are unable to allocate a budget that is able to accommodate number of students who are beneficiaries of the NSFAS, we appreciate the fact that we can go an extra mile and forming those relations, Chairperson. But also the fact that there is an international relations on and around the agricultural aspect and the agricultural field is quite impressive. And I'm going to probably start with you, Chairperson of the Council, and later, or let me start with the Principal. Or I'll just decide as to whom am I starting with, Chairperson. Principal, let us deal with issues. You said that your core function is to make sure that the teaching and learning process is taking place. In an event where you have demonstrated that since 2023 and 2024, you have gradually moved or deviated from the targets that you have set for yourself as a college. According to your annual report, 2023, you had a target of 9,026 and you enrolled 10,767. And obviously, as we appreciate the number that are increasing as part of expanding access, that on its own has a financial implications. I would want to understand from your good self, how are you funding the number that has increased? And largely from a planning point of view, why is it that on an annual basis, forever you are planning on and around 10 or let's say 9,000, but always your intake, it has always an increase of I think 12% if not mistaken. Can you clarify that part, Chairperson? I mean, Principal.
No, thanks very much. I think this is a legacy issue where we're even taking up to 12, 13. So it comes there. But let me narrow it to where we are right now. It's more also has to do with the staff component that we do have, but also it has to do also with managing our finances so that we are able to deal with the resources that are needed. I will just make an example on some of the funding that we get, which then assists with the resources. So in turn, if you've got a partner who can donate a certain item that you need, so then you have a saving in a way. So that saving then goes into assisting in that regard, in terms of...
Principal, no, thank you very much. Every time I raise my hand, you must know that I'm fine with your response. There is a problem of, in fact, there is a popular narrative that the skills that we are developing as TVET colleges are not aligned to the economic development growth path of this country. What are the contributing factors to the local economy of Bethlehem? Principal.
Currently, what we are doing, we are working on our PQMs. So we are changing the PQM.
Principal, kopa go bua Setswana. Wa bona o tsentse badge ya Sion. bagolo ba ka lena ke masione kopa gore o bue nnete fela jaaka motho a swa ne ya go kopa morenaka ne o ntheetse gore ke reng gore o kgone go nkaraba sentle potso ya ka ke gore jaaka motho o nang le responsibility ya go expanda skills base ya dihlabeng, according to you, what are the contributing factors to the local economy? Bankutla moruti wa ka ke tsela gore no le te ya agree o sa kile o isiana.
Okay, okay. Yeah, if you look at the one plan of Thabo Mofokeng and then focusing at this dihlabeng, one of the key contributing factor is tourism, and then the second one is agriculture. Is tourism, is agriculture. Yeah, those are the two that I can just out of my mind that I could then.
No thanks.
But when you talk about agriculture, it brings in hospitality also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal. How often do you conduct skills assessment mo area ya lona to assess as to whether the provision or the courses that you are providing are aligned to the economic development of this municipality, including the district municipality, including the growth path of the province? Because ultimately you must produce skills that will be able to contribute to the development of this economy. How often do you conduct those assessments?
Every year around May, we do that when we start with our planning session. We look at all the documents that relate to that, the Free State Development Plan, the Thabo Mofokeng Plan, and also the dihlabeng plan, which is up to 2027. Those are the things that we consider.
Can you give us a report of that assessment that you have done in the past 2 years in writing, please, so that we don't also shout time unnecessarily? But the main objective here is to make sure that whatever that you are providing as a TVET is aligned. This thing of having office management for a TVET that must produce relevant skills, that's why I'm impressed with the agricultural program that you are having, because it's one of the contributing factors. It means the skills that you must be able to produce must be relevant. Can we get a report on that? My worrying factor, according to your auditor, according to your annual report of 2023, in terms of the college's performance in relations to their targets. Let's go to the issue of students who are able to complete their qualifications and programs. In 2023, you have suffered a serious blow. Your target was 1,675. You had 775. What informs that problem and how are you addressing it? Osaya Tarashishi Muranak.
Can I request the DPA to respond to that through you, Chair?
Yeah.
Who, Principal?
Academics, yeah.
Honorable Member, can you please repeat your question? I don't get it.
Not a problem, Mama.
I'm Zulu.
You are Zulu?
Yes.
All right, let me go to English then. I'm saying, in terms of your targets in 2023, according to the annual report that you have submitted your good selves, you had a target in terms of students who must be able to complete their studies and receive their qualifications. Your target was 1,675, and you have managed to achieve 775. What was the problem on you achieving? Because the minute we are unable to reach our target of student completing, it then means we are not really contributing to the number of artisans that we should be producing for this country. Do you understand my question, ma'am?
Oh, it's on artisans.
I can give it to you in writing so that you respond in writing.
I think it's okay.
It will be fine with you. Not a problem.
Thank you.
Is it today I'm in a good mood?
Pardon?
I'm saying today I'm in a good mood.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I must give you that indication. Chairperson, I think one of these issues that I'll try to be fast on it, Chairperson. The issue of trades, COC, in 2023, your annual report indicates that there is nothing that you are achieving there. Can we get clarity as to how are we addressing this issue of, I think it's the trade center, if not mistaken, or trades. In your report, you have achieved 0, and for obvious reasons, we like I said, we want to have skills that are aligned, but there's no use also of completing, but being able to get what is meant for you after completing. Can we get clarity on that part, Chairperson? Okay.
Yes, around that there is the Center of Specialization. So the targets were only with the centers of specialization. So Maluti is not the center of specialization. But having said that, the college was producing the artisans. But we couldn't report them on them there because it was not a target that was there.
Thanks, Principal. Can you edit on your written reports? I want to go to the chairperson. I'll get back to you. Ne? While you are relaxed there, you must think about things that I'm going to ask you. Let me go to the CFO quick. In fact, yeah, CFO and principal, two of you must listen to me. CFO, I want to check with you. Am I right that it has been 14 months that you were appointed as the CFO? Thank you. Can I check with you, where were you located? Were you part of the institution before, and which unit were you in?
Thank you, Chairperson. I was the Deputy Principal at Western Cape City College.
Can I check with you, have you looked into the annual report of 2023 and 2022 of this college before you were appointed?
I did in research for my interview.
Thank you very much. Are you aware that one of the issues that has been raised by the Auditor General for the past 3 years is the issue of internal controls on and around your financial reporting? Are you aware?
Yes, Honorable Member, I am aware.
Are you aware that the matter of internal controls has been recurring for the past 3, if not 4 years?
Yes, Honorable Member, I am aware.
So you are aware that the statement that you uttered earlier on, that the issue of internal control only rose last year? Are you aware that that's what you said?
If I can qualify what I said, Chair.
No, don't. Mine requires yes or no.
Because of the answer of factual misstatement. Once I say factual misstatement, Chair, it means that I need to explain. Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
I will give you that opportunity of explaining. And when you're explaining, you must bear in mind what the chair said. You are a committee of parliament. When you lie to us, you are lying to parliament. And I'll get to that point. And by the way, I must be honest with you. As a committee, we find a person who contradicts the law deliberately and deliberately mislead this committee as a person who's not meant to serve in the public service, for your information. And having you as a young person, of which we appreciate young people swelling the ranks of responsibility in government, would expect you to be honest with us. Kindly explain within a short space of time as to, are you aware that the statement that you have uttered on and around internal controls, you have misled this committee?
Thanks, Chair. I indicated that the issues we're having is factual misstatements, meaning that factual misstatements are, you get a finding in one area that is factual, you agree with the auditors, it's resolved. The following year, something else props up. But when the Auditor General presents its report, it's all confined in the internal control ecosystem. I will not say I contradicted myself in a sense that I spoke about the issue having with textbooks. That's part of internal control weaknesses that I have. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I also want to put it to you that you are continuously misleading us. That was not the only issue. Go and look at the Auditor General's report and look into your annual report in terms of what is the Auditor General saying. And I would like to have that response in writing, the one that you have just presented now. The Auditor General identifies the issue of reporting, financial reporting system as problematic, according to the Auditor General. Can you explain within a minute or two, explain your reporting format? How do you get to a point of now reporting your financial? Yesterday I made an example of at a municipality, there is what we call a Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 71. It requires you to submit your monthly reports. How are you managing your financial reporting system as a college?
Honorable Member, in those years we were using an Excel spreadsheet. Now we are using a system called DraftWorks, internally preparing our financial statements. Thank you, Member.
Who's preparing your annual financial statements?
I've prepared the annual financial statements for the past 2 years.
For the past 2 years?
Yes.
Principal, what is it, and the chairperson, what is it that you have done as part of corrective measures to the finance unit, especially for the past 2 years? The Auditor General has been reflecting on the misstatements, meaning that what you are submitting and what is reflecting is not a true reflection. What is it that you have done now that the CFO is confirming to this committee that is the person that must be held accountable for the misstatements, misinterpretation of statements for the past 2 years, Chairperson? Remember, your role as the chair of council here is to make sure that there is smooth running of the college and there is respect for the legislative framework that is there in terms of guiding the day-to-day operations of the institution.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson,
Thank you, Honorable.
before you respond, kindly take note, before you respond, Chairperson, that according to the annual report, it says that annual financial statements are not prepared according to the generally recognized accounting GRAP, for your information, Section 25, subsection 3 of the Continued Education and Training. It says that for the past 2 years, that's what has been happening in this institution. Can you explain to me, as a council, what is it that you have done as a way of trying to remedy the situation, and kindly take us into confidence in terms of consequence management, because this thing has been continuously happening. What is it that you have done as a chairperson of council, including principal? I think the same question will go to you as a way of trying to get clarity.
Chairperson, Honorable Member, I think firstly I'd like to differ with the CFO at the back, the Deputy Principal Finance. He's not been here for 24 months. He's been with us for 14 months. So the one set of financials that he presented was in the middle of him after joining us.
I'm not sure if you heard the CFO. He says that for the past 2 years, he has been preparing the annual financial statements himself. That's what he said. Tell me if you are also going to continue with misleading the committee.
No.
Then we'll...
Past 2 years is 24 months. I'm giving you the factual information. The Deputy Principal Finance only started last year around May, by Ken.
Chairperson, it's fine. Let's leave it.
Right.
So
the
get
date
to a
is,
point of telling me, what is it that you have done as a chairperson of council who must oversee the correct spending of the money? What is it that you have done in the finance unit?
Firstly,
I'm going
Chair,
to wrap up in 2 minutes, Chairperson.
we stabilized the finance unit. There was no CFO.
Okay.
And we brought in, as I said, the Deputy Principal Finance only started last year and joined us. He joined us in the middle of compiling our financial statements in the previous year. He's been here for the past year. So that particular opinion is not yet it's given to us.
Very much.
Honorable Khabo, can I just provide guidance on that particular note? Chairperson of Council, Honorable Khabo was asking you a different question. That misleading statement that is made by the CFO is on record. That's why I didn't go for a follow-up on that particular statement. He asked 2 questions that you are not responding to.
Right.
So could you just focus on what he's asking you, please?
What are we doing in terms of that? I think internal process of if there is discipline of consequence management, if it was the principal, we would do so, but we will take our guidance from the principal with regard to the deputy principal.
Can we get it in writing what you are saying in terms of, remember when the Auditor General identifies a deficiency or a discrepancy, the expectation is that you must develop an audit action plan as a way of resolving the matter. So that's why I'm asking you specifically, but can we get it in writing? And in principle, I'm not sure if you are willing to get a bite on the matter, because the expectation is that you are the accounting authority and you must be able to oversee the overall management of the institution in line with the legislation that is there. What is it that you have done as a way of responding to the Auditor General's findings? My apology, Chairperson. Can you also give it to us in writing so that I move towards closure? I'm pleading with you that you must, Principal, you must give it to us in writing. What is it, both the Chair and the Principal? Chairperson, I just want to make few recommendations before I close. And I would propose to you, Chairperson, probably we must look into this legislation like we have always argued. As much as we are going to interact with other people, NSFAS must be the first people for us to meet them, Chair. I mean, these people are forever giving us responses that contradict each other. And in a way, we are seen not to be working as a committee. That is my first issue. The second issue, I'm not sure how far can this matter or recommendation contradict the current legislation that is Zungu. But I'm seeing there's a need for us to have a central application system for these TVETs as per provinces and regions. But second to that, at the level of municipalities, if municipalities are unable to perform given their financial shortfalls, there's what we call a shared service. I think we must begin to look into that, Chairperson. You see, your defense mechanism on and around the finances cannot be sustainable. It's unfortunate that that thing cannot be sustainable, what the Chairperson is saying in terms of the finances. We appreciate the work that you are doing, but we still believe that you can do it even much more better. But the last part that I wanted to check with you, is it, Chairperson, in South Africa, there is a narrative that is there in the public that most of us as politicians, we are corrupt and we are active participants in corrupt activities. But also amongst ourselves as political parties, there are those who want to create an impression that black people generally are corrupt. There is that general narrative in the society. Chairperson, I would like to ask you a simple question and straightforward question. What were you charged for?
Chair, as I said earlier, it is sub judice. The charges were not very clear. So I think what I was charged for was corrupting officials of a university.
Okay. Now, now that the matter is sub judice, Chairperson, I want to check with you, myself, my employer, and that is Zungu. You see, your employer is the minister. With myself is different. My employer is the African National Congress. Now, in the ANC, there is what we call step aside policy in terms of people after they've been charged and so forth. I would want to check with you. I appreciate the fact that the chair was appointed even before all of these things happened in the Zungu. But I want to check with you in terms of your policy legally. What is the current policy saying in terms of the current position of the chairperson? Take into consideration the public narrative that is there, that generally people are corrupt, and there must be a demonstration of curbing that corruption within the public service. That's why in the ANC, you are expected with what the corruption and allegations of corruption and racketeering, I'm not sure what they call it in that terminology of the years. And a normal person on the street might assume that, or might begin to ask himself or herself as to, because of you are being charged, wouldn't that impact negatively on your day-to-day work? In fact, wouldn't you expand your level of influence or participation on the cookie jar where you are not supposed to be putting your hands? So it's not for you, Chairperson. It's just for the department, just to check as to whether in that situation, what do we do? I know myself, I must appear before Fikile Mbalula and tell him that I want to go home, I'll come back once the matter is cleared. Can you clarify from, because my problem is that I've realized most of your people who are leading these institutions and sitters, they are either charged somewhere and the person decides to run away. When they get to another institution, they are appointed. And that's another thing that I want to check. Are you not conducting any vetting process? Because now the public service is full of people who are having dark clouds all over their head. Can you clarify? That was the last one, Chairperson. I've already done my recommendation in terms of what I believe in that Zungu we can have around the shared service and everything. Generally, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah.
You see, today I'm in a good mood.
Yeah. Honorable Khabo, Honorable Khakao did ask Honorable Zungu about what then happens when somebody is in the same sector, which is higher education, charged for or at University of Free State, and then gets employed at TVET or TVET College in Mafikeng. What then happens? So I said to them, don't give us your personal opinions. And the legal team of the department is not here. Let them go between them. Tomorrow they are meeting the HR for other things. So let them go and check with HR so that they give it to us in writing. The policy on people who may be having a problem somewhere, not necessarily on the line management where they work. Because their policy might be saying, I wanted to make an example with Honorable Msezana, but I realized that no, I might be taking chances because in his political party they only take you when you are charged. So, so if you are too clean, I'm trying to protect you from even making a comment. I know. Yeah, I don't want us to. Yes, no, don't worry, Ndade Patel. I don't want us to even be tempted to enter into issues that are before the courts. Earlier on, I said we had to postpone our engagement with DUT because one of the issues which we wanted to deal with was the forensic report on that 400 million problem. But because it's in court, we withdrew. We said, finalize your issues, but we're still coming. So we want to respect another arm of the state called the judiciary to do their job, just like they respect us as an arm of the state to deal with the legislative part of it. And we also respect the arm, the executive, where the minister sits, that there are certain things that can only be done at that level. If honorable souls were up to me, there will be certain powers if we had them. There will be some universities who are under administration as we speak, but it's not up to us. Those are in the purview of the minister. May I only have one question? Then I'm closing the meeting. Principal, you see your values there, very nice. Integrity, uprightness and sincere, accountability, responsible for your own actions, professionalism, the way you conduct yourselves, transparency, openness in your operations. Those are the ones that I want you to concentrate on when you answer this question. Just one question. The question is about, don't forget the 4 or 5 things that I've read for you. The question then goes to the hiring of your deputy principal corporate. I've counted integrity, accountability, professionalism, and transparency. There's a serious allegation that the deputy principal corporate did not meet the requirements of your own advert, principal. Take me through. Is that true? It's principal.
Chairperson, if I remember well, I think he met all the requirements, but obviously I may have to then go back and check, but in terms of the requirements,
Called to be shortlisted and called for an interview.
Chair, thank you very much. What we did as a panel, we had to set criteria. After that, we followed that criteria to the latter. And amongst all the people who were shortlisted, they met the criteria. And we made a recommendation to the department who took the process further. If we didn't meet she didn't meet the requirement, it would mean that she shouldn't be in the position at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
So you are saying, if we ask you to bring us the advert, you will put it here.
Thanks, Chair.
You will put it here. And then you will put the CV.
Correct.
Put it here.
Correct,
And
Chair.
they will be consistent with each other.
Thanks, Chair.
That's what you are saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. Give to the Chair of Council. Chair of Council, same question. Is it true that the Deputy Principal Corporate did not have the qualifications that were on the advert? I'm asking you because the allegation is that you are part of the panel. Yeah, good.
Chair, I was part of that panel, and we sat and went through every according to us, the deputy principal did meet the minimum requirements as set out in the interview.
Thank you very much. You will give them to us in writing. I hope, colleagues, you will not give us an advert that you did not take out. Because I said to you guys, assume, now my mother was a teacher, assume that we are teachers. So that's the only question I had. Others, I think just an advice, the DDG and the team from the department, the institution is doing well. I mean, you look at the stakeholder management or the stakeholder relations that they have with the students, the workers, it's fairly good. So we can't afford the Patel to have a cloud overhanging or hanging over the chair of council. It's going to cloud the process. So let's finalize this issue on the chairperson. Because tomorrow something goes wrong, you will be an easy target. They will say, yeah, it's because Dr. Patel is there. So let's, for his sake, for the sake of the institution and the sake of the department, let's try and find and finalize the cloud. It does not sit well with us. And it's not your fault, department, that he was appointed, because he was appointed, when he was appointed, these things were not there. I was only charged around October, November, or they came after you around October. I remember on the 20th of November we had a meeting with the University of Fort Hare. That long meeting that we had there, about almost 12-hour meeting. And this matter would have sufficed there, even how the SIU would have, you are not being investigated. They just saw your hand somewhere. If it was Honorable Msazana would have said, they would have seen the hand of his party, you know, with donations. I thought these ones, they survive on donations. So they may have seen you donating to some. Maybe there was a funeral, I don't know. Maybe an employee of the university had a funeral and could not bear, and they asked you, man, can you try, please put 5,000, and you made a mistake and put 50. So, no, that's on a lighter note. So the TVET is doing well, department. So let's try and finalize this. I don't think it's a huge issue, but I think we don't want especially institutions that are doing well, to be clouded with small matters. Let's try and find it. You have, between your private partnership and public partnership, we have about 370 of those, or 374. It's a very big achievement with what we want to achieve. So in our view, a TVET college is an institution that must help this country resolve a number of economic issues. And the assumption from this principle of these partnerships, private partnerships, is that amongst them would be companies in and around Bethlehem, Qwaqwa, where you are situated. And these partnerships, if, like you say, you have a farm and to produce, I saw, you want to produce maize. The assumption will be one of the partnership will be these people who are big in maize. And because they know the kind of artisans they want working at their farms, you will sit with them, you will have partnerships, sit with them and produce the kind of content that will be fit for purpose for what they want to achieve. So that's the assumption we'll make. And that is why we always say to people, when you have a TVET college in a certain district, that TVET college must resolve economic challenges of that area. Bethlehem, if problem, masipala ke Maluti Phufu. Hlabeni. Dihlabeni. Okay. You and the municipality have a partnership. And then you say, in the surrounding townships here, you have a problem. Municipality has a problem of leaking water. Who supplies water here? You don't know. Yeah, municipality buys water from a board. You don't know that. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Huh? No, there's a board, there's a water board. Either Rand water, Mahalis water, but there's a board. Legislation, so, but municipality buys water from this water board. 1,000 liters of water. On the papers of this, on the calculations of this municipality, they are saying, hey, we're losing 300 liters. We don't know where is 300 liters going. It's either on Almazamazama Meitsi, Capranaldi leakages. The TVET college, in partnership with the municipality. You say, municipality, I have 185 public partnerships and 20 of them are the sitters. I'm going to apply to local government sitter or mayor sitter, where the former chair, when the chair comes from as a former CEO, and say, mayor sitter, partner with us and train. We do have a workshop that trains plumbers. Partner with us, we want you to pay stipends. After training these plumbers, we have a partnership with Dihlabe, and we're going to place them at work integrated learning in their own municipalities. and they are going to close this leaking water. So you are providing a solution to your person here with the municipality. You are training these kids, you are giving them stipend. So that tomorrow when you go to the municipality, CFO or Nalechele, we are going to take, out of the 197 million we have, we are going to take 32 million. We want to build student accommodation in Kwakwa. And we don't have land, you do have. Can you please give us that land? Why would that municipality say no? Because you are, I was under the Surage Matamo location because of your partnerships with them. So they are going to partner with you. Right? So this is the reason why we like this private and public partnerships is because of that. More than 370 DG, I'm not sure which other institutions come close. So I want to thank you for continuing. This one, let's continue to fight on these things. CFO, I think your department must thank it. I mean, unqualified for three, I can tell you, we know the capacity you don't have in the TVET sector. We are fighting with the DDG, his team, the minister, her team, that we must resource specific areas in our TVET colleges. The stakeholder managers, we must have them. The capacitate CFOs or finance officers. We must capacitate HR so that it pays our workers well, especially those that have adhered to the call that they must upgrade their qualifications. So those are the three immediate issues that we would continue to fight for. Minister CFO. You are now no longer buying 100 books, you are buying 120 because percentage go citing ibangat. Please. So let's do that. I think what you colleagues have done well. Just clear the issue of the chair of council, because you see, Honorable Khabo, you and I will come from this same political party that agrees with this notion of step aside to save the image of ourselves, the institution, but also the organization. But that is not a policy of government. And I don't want us to subject colleagues there to something that is not policy there. Or if they take us to court, they'll wipe the floor with us. Corona, I mean, for an example, go MK, if you are not charged, they ask you to step aside. Go MQ, they only want to when you are charged. Yeah, if you are not charged, you step aside. You see, so, no, I'm joking. Having said that, colleagues, let's close the vacancy rate of the institution. I mean, 25% is a lot. Let's try and close the vacancy rate. Work with the municipality on the issue of water. We can't go to the bathroom. The dignity of young females there, it creates a problem. So let's try and deal with those things there. You can't complain about your farm that you bought and say it's very difficult to access it. Find ways to access it. It's you who bought it. Work with the students. If there are issues with textbooks, with what, let them be part, so that they are able to go and defend the work that you guys are doing. Having said that, colleagues, we really I appreciate Principal. You see me, I only ask one question because I was worried about Honorable Khabo's question that if I ask my questions, you are definitely not going to give us a lunch because he was a bit rough. But so you'll direct us. It's 2:20. If we can just eat quickly, and then by 3 o'clock we go through your exhibitions and your naps, and then you'll allow us to leave. Well, even if you don't allow us, we're going to leave. We have about 300 kilos that we must still drive to our next destination. So if you can just tell us where are we going to eat. But colleagues, thank you very much, labor workers, principal, council members, chairperson of council, senior leaders of the department, members of parliament, our colleagues. We really appreciate you being here. So the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, colleagues.